the Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Miss Jane Froman, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Mr. Henry Hull as our master of ceremonies.
This is Henry Hull, ladies and gentlemen, with another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. You know, there are some songs that seem to be just right for women's voices, and some for men's. Begin the Begin is one of those songs. Now, I've always thought of it purely as a man's song. But beautiful Jane Froman does things to Begin the Begin that just make me begin to tingle all over. Miss Jane Froman singing Begin the Begin.
When they begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and on by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin to live it once more is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are swearing to love forever, and promising never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin, let the love that was once a fire remain in it. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember when they begin, they begin. Oh yes, let them begin, make them play till the stars of a day before return above, till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you, and we suddenly know what heaven will reach when they begin the begging. When they begin the begin, when they begin the begging.
How do you sleep, ladies and gentlemen? That sounds like a rather unusual question for me to be asking at this time, doesn't it? And yet, it has a tremendous significance when associated with today's drama. I Can't Sleep is the title of our story, written by Palmer Thompson and read by Henry Hull. I Can't Sleep.
I can't sleep. I don't know why, but I can't sleep. Perhaps it's because my son has been... Oh, but no, that can't be it. I was glad to give him to the fatherland. I was glad that he could fly in the wings of Germany, the Luftwaffe. There are no dreams, no tossings and turnings, no nightmares, just no sleep. That's not right. A man must sleep. Why can't I sleep? It was just 2 months ago that my son Heinrich was home on leave. It was good to see him tall, strong in his uniform. We drank beer, ersatz, but beer nevertheless. We walked in the country. His mother made picnics for us. And then his leave was up, and he returned to his command, to the air. We got a letter from him once in a while. Then for a long time, there was no letter, no word from him. Each day, I would stand at the door when the post came, and each day there would be nothing. Finally, one day there did come a letter, an official letter from the Air Ministry. For a moment, my heart stopped. I looked at the envelope, and then I could breathe again. There was no black border. Heinrich was not dead. I couldn't wait. I tore open quick the envelope. I took out the letter. It said...
Your son, Heinrich Bauer, has been reported missing in action over enemy territory. While engaged in combat for the honor of Germany and the glory of the Fuhrer, his plane was crippled and he was forced to land on enemy ground. He will be carried on our records as missing in action until such time as he is reported dead or a prisoner of war. Lieutenant Karl Schultz, Air Ministry, Berlin.
Heinrich, missing. Not killed, not wounded, but missing. Oh, that could mean so many things. I was frantic. If ever a man had reason not to sleep, I was then that man. But I slept. For days, I walked like a man in a dream. Then one day I was approached by Gustav Dorn, no friend of mine. He had been investigated twice by the Gestapo, but nothing had happened to him yet. He was too free with his tongue and his talk to have many friends. Still, I had nothing against him. I only thought it best not to be seen with him, so I started to walk away. He had recognized me, though, and called my name, and so I stopped and waited for him.
Hello, Herr Bauer. It's been long since I've seen you, is it not so? Oh, but I forget. You think I talk too much. You think I'm not safe. Well, maybe you're right, Karl. But I'm glad I ran into you, because this time I have something to say with my talk that may interest you. Yes, about Heinrich. I was sorry to hear that he was missing, but I am glad to be the first one to tell you this. Heinrich is alive and safe. Don't ask me how I know, just believe me. He is alive and safe. Oh, I would not lie about a thing like that, Karl. Official? Well, yes, you could say it was official, though not exactly from our officials. Now, ask me no more, Karl. I've said too much already. No, please, Karl, please. Well, all right, since it's your son. I know because I heard it over the British radio. The British radio. But that was verboten, illegal. I left him standing there by himself and walked away. My mind was confused. I couldn't think clearly. What was it he had said? Heinrich was alive and well, but he had heard it over the British radio. But perhaps they were lying. Perhaps it was just propaganda to undermine our morale, like the Fuhrer says. But that did not make sense.
To know that Heinrich was alive would not undermine my morale. I did not know what to think. It was too much for me. As I approached my house, I'd almost convinced myself that it was not true, and yet that it might be true. I'd convinced myself of nothing, just confusion, when out of the darkness I heard a voice call me. Carl Bauer, over here, in the doorway of the watch shop. That's right, here. Now listen, Carl, wait a minute. There's no one on the street, is there? Oh, good. Now listen, Carl. Heinrich is alive and well. Yes, it is true. As sure as my name is Fitzgerald. Heinrich is safe. How? The British radio. We were listening to it last night. It gave the names of those who were prisoners. Heinrich was one of them. They gave your name from one of the letters. But now I must go. It would not do to be found on the street so late as this without a reason. I just had to tell you because I know how you feel about Heinrich. Good night, Carl. So it was true. Heinrich was safe. I knew Fitzgerald would not lie to me. We had known each other too long. He was one of my best friends. There was no longer any confusion in my mind. I had but to do my duty to the fatherland and then just wait until the war was over and Heinrich would come back to me and we would be father and son once more. I walked up the steps of the brown house, went into the building, and told my story to the storm troop leader on duty. When I had finished, he said,
Herr Bauer, Germany has need of men like you. If there were more such Germans, the Führer would soon overcome his enemies both inside and out. Now, let me make sure I've got everything right. You have reported Gustav Dorn and Fritz Gerhard as listening to the enemy radio. Is it not so? Good. You may be sure that we will deal with these enemies of the state as only we know how to. And you also may be sure that the state will not forget its obligation to you. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler! And so I returned to my home, my bed, secure in the knowledge that my son was safe and my duty to the state had been done. But when I went to bed that night, I could not sleep. And every night since then, when I have gone to bed, I can't sleep. I wonder why.
He can't sleep. And he doesn't know why. Do you enjoy listening to your radio? Do you enjoy our shortwave broadcasts from Europe, from all over the world? You do? Do you know that you would be shot for listening to them in Germany, in the occupied countries? But thank God not here in America. That's why we're in this war, to protect our rights to speak and to listen as we please. To protect all of our rights as free men. The call has gone out to every American who cherishes those rights. The call to fight and work and save. And your call is the war bond quota call. Have you answered it? Your quota is 10% or more of your total income invested in United States war savings bonds. At least 10% of everything you earn in salary, in rents, dividends, or interest on investments. Remember, every dollar you invest in war savings bonds and stamps, you are investing in the future of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Hello?
John,
Hello, Daddy.
you won't disappoint me tonight.
Disappoint you?
Yes, you're bringing the gang over to my house. Tonight's my 10th wedding anniversary.
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Daddy. Does your wife, does she know you asked us to come?
She knows. We argued about it for 3 hours. Please come.
Well, I will be there, Daddy. Has the party started yet?
For everybody except me. As soon as I get through making the sandwiches, I have to put Snooks to bed. Then I can join the guests.
Oh. Well, have a good time till we get there.
I'll try. Goodbye, Joe.
So long, Daddy. Poor Daddy. I'll bet he won't do much celebrating tonight.
Daddy!
I'm coming, Snooks. Don't yell.
Why?
Because the guests... Snooks, get back into your room quickly.
I want to look.
Snooks!
I want to look.
Get upstairs. You don't want all those people downstairs to see you walking around in that nightgown, do you? Do you? I've never heard of such immodesty in all my life. That parlor is full of guests.
I want to go down and look.
Stay here. The very idea of a young lady of your age coming downstairs in her nightgown. What could be worse?
Coming down without it.
I wouldn't put it past you. Now, Snooks, are you going to spoil this evening for me?
No, Daddy.
All right. Just hop into bed.
What's this party for, Daddy?
Mummy and I are celebrating our 10th wedding anniversary.
Have you been married 10 times?
10 years. I married your mother 10 years ago today.
Is that a long time, Daddy?
Time can either be an eternity or go like a spurt. It's purely relative.
Like Uncle Louie?
Not that kind of relative.
Well, you said Uncle Louie goes for his skirt every time.
I said go like a spurt.
What goes like a spurt?
Time. When a man is happily married for 10 years, it can feel like 1 minute.
How do you know?
I read it somewhere. But I do know if you sit on a hot stove for 1 minute, it feels like 10 years.
How long have you been sitting on the stove, Daddy?
10 years, and brother, I'm just about done.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy!
Yes?
Did you get any presents?
No.
Why?
Well, a 10th wedding anniversary is called a tin wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the custom to bring presents made of tin. But tin happens to be unobtainable. So all your mummy's friends use that as an excuse to bring nothing.
What did your friends bring?
My friends brought mummy's friends.
Have they got tin?
No. All they've got is a lot of brass. Stuffing themselves down there, sponging all the time, and I don't make a button on the deal.
I'm going to give you a present, Daddy.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. I know where there's a beautiful tin can.
Tin can? Well, I suppose you're sincere. So I'll accept your tin can, Snooks. Where is it?
Well, when I last seen it, it was going past Red's house.
The tin can was going past Red's house?
Yeah. We tied it on a cat's tail.
That's a very savage trick. You mustn't torture animals.
It didn't hurt the cat, Daddy.
How do you know what a cat feels?
Cat feels like a cat.
They have sensibilities just like humans.
Well, this cat didn't have no manners.
No manners?
No, she kept spitting on her feet and wiping them on her face.
That's the way cats clean themselves. Now, I want to go downstairs and get some of that dinner before those wolves devour it. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Oh, Daddy.
Oh, what is it?
What are you going to have for dinner?
Oh, lots of things.
Have you got ice cream?
Yes.
Is it strawberry ice cream?
Yes.
Will you save some for me?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I'll save you some of the strawberry ice cream.
I don't like strawberry.
Well, what do you like?
Turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah, turkey is my favorite chicken. Except duck.
Well, it so happens we have got a turkey down there, and I'll save you a piece of that.
Where'd you get the turkey, Daddy?
It's the turkey that I've been fattening in the backyard for 3 weeks.
The live one?
He's not alive anymore. Since it was my 10th wedding anniversary today, I decided to kill him.
Just because you got married, you ain't got no right to take out that poor little turkey.
Oh, fiddlesticks. You're making the whole event sound tragic. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy.
Oh, what do you want?
Is a wife a man's better half?
Where'd you hear that?
Mommy tells everybody she's your better half.
Oh. I suppose that's the accepted expression. Why?
Well, if a married man If a man marries twice, there ain't much left of him, is there? I'll all that up.
That's a very wise observation. But very few men are short-sighted enough to get two wives.
You don't like being married, do you, Daddy?
Certainly I do. And stop tormenting me. I don't want to discuss marriage with you any longer.
Well, tell me how you married Mummy.
Oh. Will you go to sleep if I do?
Uh-huh.
All right. I attended a dance given by a social club I belonged to, and she was there.
Yeah.
I must say she looked extremely pretty in those days. And I was instantly struck.
Did she hit you?
No, she didn't hit me. I was struck by her beauty. But I was always a stickler for convention. And I wouldn't ask her for a dance until we'd been properly introduced. Finally, the president of my club introduced me to her.
Was he a friend of yours?
I thought he was. But for years afterwards, I found it very difficult to believe he acted without malice aforethought. At any rate, 2 months later, we became engaged.
You and the president?
Me and Mommy. We were both very young and had no idea of the financial responsibilities attached to marriage, so we eloped and got married.
Why?
I don't know. I suppose I mistook sympathy for love. I wasn't earning very much, and I wanted somebody to feel sorry for me.
I feel sorry for you, Daddy.
Oh, it's not necessary. We were very happy, even with the pittance I made as a draper's assistant. And somehow we always managed to make both ends meet. Would you believe it, Snooks, when I married your mommy, she didn't know what I was getting?
I bet you didn't know either.
Stop that. I want to go downstairs and at least act pleasant, so don't steam me up.
No, tell me some more about you and Mummy.
There isn't any more to tell. It's possible I haven't been such a great husband, you know. And Mummy isn't always in the wrong.
You really like her, don't you, Daddy?
Of course I do. We've struggled a long way together, and I'm still hoping to make a lot of money someday and give you all every comfort that you should have.
How will you make it?
Oh, the angels will show me the way.
Did the angel always show you the way?
Always. They got us through those first trying years. They've seen to it that I'm steadily employed. They nursed us through lots of illnesses, and they're responsible for the food on our table.
Angels are wonderful, ain't they, Daddy?
They certainly are. Now say your prayers to them and go to sleep.
Yes, Daddy. Dear angels, please take care of my Mummy and my Daddy, and Robespierre, and Uncle Louie and Aunt Sophie.
Yes?
And please, dear angels, take good care of yourself, too. Because if anything happens to you, we'd all be in the soup.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Daddy. And happy anniversary.
Thank you. Good night, baby.
Well, Jane Ace's 18-year-old niece Betty still has a crush on Neil Williams, in spite of anything Neil can do to convince the girl that he's in love with Marge. Jane, hoping to break up the crush, has interested Cokie in Betty, and Cokie has fallen for Betty in a big way. This episode takes place in alternating scenes between the Ace's apartment and the home of Mr. Marsh. He's the man responsible for Mr. Ace losing all his money. But first to the Ace's, where we find Jane, Mr. Ace, and Marge. And here comes Betty. Listen.
Aunt Jane.
Yes, Betty, what is it?
You've got to stop that Cokie or whatever his name is from coming down to my office.
What?
He's been there all day. I tell him I'm busy and send him away, and an hour later he comes back. He's been doing that all day.
He has? Oh, isn't he cute?
Cute. That big Tarzan.
Betty.
Well, that's all he is, all brawn and no brains.
Betty, you shouldn't
Hey,
talk
what's
that
the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me.
Well, what are you shouting about?
I simply want it understood that I'm not to be molested by that moron.
Oh, tell it to the morons. Who are you to talk like that about a sweet boy like Cokie?
I'm not interested in discussing it. I simply said that I want you to tell him to stay away from my office.
If he wants to go there, he can. This is a free country.
But the office where I work is a private office. Mr. Peabody won't stand for it. And if
I wish you'd settle down and cool off.
Please, Uncle Ace, will you stay out of this? I'm talking to Aunt Jane.
Yes, and to every apartment in this building. We can hear you. Do you have to scream?
It's enough to make me scream. The day I put in today. Every time I turned around, there he was.
Cokie, you mean?
Yes. I want him stopped from coming up there.
All right, just say so. We'll tell him, but you don't have
We
to
won't
shout.
tell him any such thing. This is a free country, the land of milk and money. And if he wants to go up there, he can.
Oh, I expected you to just sit there and laugh.
Well, I'm glad you weren't disappointed.
You stay out of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just happened to overhear you whispering something to Jane about Cokie.
And what if he does come up to see you? You ought to be glad some fellow shows enough interest in you.
I don't want his interest.
Why not? You act like he's the skim of the earth. He's not an underground character or something.
Oh, Aunt Jane, what loose language.
Beg pardon?
All I say is that Mr. Peabody isn't accustomed to having his office littered with loiterers.
Littered with loiterers. Well, what lovely lingo. Betty, who is this Mr. Peabody, and what has he got
He's
to...
my boss, that's who he is.
I see. And Mr. Peabody saw Cokie sitting there today?
Yes, in my office, and he didn't like it one bit.
Really? What did he say?
Well, it wasn't so much what he said, but he certainly looked plenty.
Oh, at Cokie?
At both of us.
Oh.
And once he called me into his office and he asked me who he was.
And after you told him, what did he...
Oh, I didn't tell him.
What?
I couldn't explain why he was there, could I? I just had to say he was a stranger to me.
A stranger?
And this Mr. Peabody just let him sit there?
What else could he do?
Well, he could have had him arrested, I suppose.
Arrested for what?
For what? Well, income tax evasion, maybe.
What? Will you stop laughing? You know you don't mean it.
Don't I?
Of course you don't. It's only your defense mechanism.
Well, you should know.
You're so provoked about Neil, you can't see straight.
Oh, you just leave Neil out of it. You were talking about Cokie.
Yes, and Mr. Peabody. He isn't accustomed to having his office littered with loiterers. Now take it from there.
Oh, I'm serious about this. Do you want me to lose my job?
Well, how are you going to lose your job?
I am if every time Mr. Peabody comes through my office, he finds Cokie sitting there staring at me.
Oh, well, does it hurt you if he looks at you? He thinks you're beautiful. Oh, he told me, and if some fellow thought I was beautiful, present company secretary,
What?
I'd certainly know better than get mad at him and want him to go away, especially when he's such a sweet boy like Cokie.
With all due respect to you, Aunt Jane, and to you, Uncle Ace, I'm not interested in him. He bothers me. I can't do my work with him sitting across the desk staring into my face. And I won't go through another day like today.
Well, I don't know what we can do about it.
Can't you tell him not to come to my office? Can't
The
you tell him
boy's got a crush on you, I guess.
A crush.
Yeah, I can't see why myself.
A crush is school kid stuff.
Oh.
You ought to know.
What did you say?
I said you ought to know all about schoolgirl crushes.
What do you mean by that?
I think you know.
Oh, I suppose your evil mind is conjuring up ideas that I led this illiterate boy on.
Oh, no, he just couldn't resist your charm. So many can't, you know.
I suppose you're referring to Neil.
What do you do with all your cast-off men?
I don't care to talk to you. Aunt Jane.
What?
Are you going to speak to Cokie or not? You've got to. Mr. Peabody won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. It'll mean that Mr. Peabody will discharge me. Do you want me to lose my job on account of him?
Oh, come in, come in. Good evening, George.
Hello, Mr. Marsh. I've got to talk to you.
Sure, sit down and make yourself... you know Mrs. Marsh. Dear, this is Mr. Peabody.
Of course. Glad to see you again, Mr. Peabody.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to drop in on you like this.
Oh, it's quite all right. We've just finished dinner. Care for a smoke?
No, thanks. I'm too nervous for anything.
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, plenty. I don't know if it's anything, but I've got to talk to you.
Go right ahead.
But this is rather private.
Private? Nonsense. Mrs. Marsh knows all my business.
But this is about that option money.
Yes?
Go right ahead, Mr. Peabody. Don't mind me.
Of course not. Mrs. Marsh and I have no secrets from each other. She knows all about that deal with Mr. Ace. Now, what about that option?
Well, ever since we put over that little transaction, I've had it on my mind. Oh, it was too risky.
Risky? In what way?
In every way. Somebody might find out you own that property that you got Mr. Ace to take an option on.
Find out at this late stage? Why, that's been over for weeks.
Yes, I know, but, well, to tell you the truth, it's been on my mind ever since we got that money, and now, well...
And now what? Speak up, man.
Well, there's been some man hanging around my office for the last day or so.
A man? Who is he?
I don't know, but he doesn't look right to me. He just comes and goes.
Now, wait a minute. You mean a strange man whom you've never seen before comes to your office every day and goes away and comes back?
Yes, that's it. Oh, it got me crazy.
But you don't know who he is in your own office?
I tried to find out. I asked my secretary who he was. She says she doesn't know.
Why don't you call the police and have him thrown out?
Oh, I was afraid to start anything. You see, this deal's on my conscience.
Conscience, my dear Mr. Peabody, is a very bad thing to have in business.
Well, I can't help it. I tell you, there's something up.
I wonder.
You see, you're afraid, too.
I was wondering if there is something up.
What do you mean, Tom?
At the last meeting of the city council, somebody, I forget who, somebody said something about that piece of property, or just a passing remark.
There, you see. I knew the minute we banked that $25,000 we hadn't heard the end of it. We have got to do something.
Now, you're going to have to calm down first before we can do anything.
Of course, Mr. Peabody. You're going to pieces over nothing.
Nothing. It isn't nothing. What's he doing there? If he isn't from the DA's office...
DA?
Nonsense.
I don't know, my dear.
Oh, Tom, you don't think that somebody is really...
I don't know. I only know what Mr. Peabody has just told us.
I tell you, there's something going on. I watched him through my private office. I opened the door a crack and watched him.
What was he doing?
Nothing. Nothing. Just sits there and stares.
Stares?
I tell you, it's giving me the jitters. We've got to do something.
Yes, maybe you're right.
Oh, Tom, it's ridiculous. How could anybody find out that you own that property? Why, it's in Mr. Peabody's company's name. You don't show up in any part of the transaction.
Well, just the same, it's best to play safe.
I'll say it is. Now, what are we going to do?
Well, if there's really something afoot, that is adding two and two together, what you just told me, Mr. Peabody, and that chance remark I heard the other day at the city council meeting, there might be some fireworks.
I'll say there will.
Yes, especially if Mr. Ace happens to hear something about it.
Or read something about it in the papers.
There's nothing going to be in the papers. Nobody knows anything.
Just the same, my dear, I think it'd be wise to take precautions.
Well, what'll we do?
Well, now, let me see. I wonder how it'd be if I called up Mr. Ace. And...
Now, don't do anything rash, Tom.
I won't, my dear. It may cost us a little something, Mr. Peabody.
I don't care anything, just so we get out of it.
All he wants you to do is to go out with him, that's all, Betty.
Go out with him? Me?
Yeah.
Don't make me laugh.
All right.
The very thought of it is revolting.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
Well, sure, she can go as far as she wants, dear. Where do you want to go with him?
That's sillier, Jane.
And I'll thank you to stay out of it.
Well, why won't you go with him? What's the matter with him?
I haven't the time to tell you.
Well, I've got all night.
It would take all night.
Oh, yes? Well, just say one thing that's the matter with him. For everything you say, I'll say a thing that's good about him.
In the first place, he's illiterate.
He's tall. There.
He's ungainly.
He's nice looking.
He's uncouth.
He's, tall.
He's poor company.
He's
a bad...
No, wait, now it's my turn. He's,
Tall, Jane?
Yes, he's tall.
You're repetitious.
Now, just leave me out of this. We're talking about Cokie.
I don't think you have to try to sell Cokie to her, Jane. She wouldn't understand.
Oh, I wouldn't. I understand Neil well enough.
Yes, don't you, though?
Of course I do.
Over the telephone.
Oh, I'll answer it, Jane.
Aunt Jane, please make him leave me alone.
And I wish you'd leave Neil alone.
Neil?
Hello?
Leave Neil out of this. I'm talking about Cokie.
And I'm talking about...
Just a minute. Jane, will you please...
Well, she said leave Neil out of this, and
I'm
I
trying
said...
to answer the phone. Will you both be quiet?
Well...
Hello? I'm sorry. What did you say? Oh, hello, Mr. Marsh.
Mr. Marsh? Well, that guy's back again.
Yes, Mr. Marsh. It has been tough sledding, but I managed to get myself a job, and I'm doing the best I can. What? Well, of course I'd be interested in something, but I haven't any ready cash at the moment. Oh, well, of course.
Well, what is it, dear?
Sure, I'll be glad to anytime you... Fine. Tomorrow at lunch. Yes, sir. I'll be there. Yeah. Thank you for thinking of me. Okay. Yes. Goodbye. Well,
what is it, eh?
that was Mr. Marsh. He said he's been thinking about me quite a lot since I lost all that money, and he wants to throw something my way.
What a boy!
Well, how do you like that? Now, there's a man I call considerate.
Considerate, Betty. There's another one for Cokie. He's
Jane,
considerate.
this is no time to think of that. What do you think of this good news?
Attaboy, dear. But, Betty, you've got to let Cokie...
I don't want him coming up to my office.
Well, he can go where he wants to. This is a free country, the land of stars and strikes.
Of strikes?
And here's hoping Cokie's sit-down strike gets some action out of Mr. Marsh and Betty's boss, Mr. Peabody. We'll learn just what action when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borge, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Hal, and Bing's distinguished visitors. John Garfield, star of the Warner Brothers picture Dangerously We Live. Rosemary Lane, back in Hollywood after a long run on the Broadway stage success Best Foot Forward. And Major Marion L. Dawson of the United States Marine Corps. And here's Bing Crosby.
Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anybody else but me. Don't sit under that apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home. Don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me. Anybody else but me. anyone else but me. Don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me till I come marching home. I just got word from a guy who heard from the guy next door to me. The girl he met just loves to pet and it fits you to a T. So don't sit under that apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home.
Don't give out with those lips of yours to anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No, no, watch the girls on the foreign shores. You'll have to report to me when you come marching home. Don't hold anyone on your knee. You better be true to me. Better be true to me. Better be true to me. No, no, don't hold anyone on your knee. You're getting a third degree when you come marching home. You're on your own where there is no phone and I can't keep tab on you. Be fair to me, I'll guarantee this is one thing that I'll do. I won't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but you.
Don't you never do it.
Till you come marching home.
I told the gang, the whole shebang, that you were sweet and true. Well, they ran right out and they came right back with a photograph of you.
So don't sit under the apple tree
with anybody else but me
till I come marching home.
Thank you very much and good evening, friends. Here we go round again in the old Kraft Music Hall. Meaning, of course, round the world by shortwave to United States soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen at their battle stations on every ocean and on every continent and subcontinent of the globe. If there doesn't happen to be any United States Armed Forces on active duty in Europe at the moment, here's to those who may soon be there.
Bing, do you really think the RAF is softening up Germany for an invasion by the United Nations?
Well, it could be, Mary. Look, if you were planning to go someplace that you didn't like the odor of, what would you do?
Well, use perfume.
So the RAF went over Germany and sprinkled cologne.
Oh. You know, Bing, I think you've got some information you're holding out on us.
Yeah, I don't know from nothing. Why?
Well, last Thursday, right here in the Kraft Music Hall, you said to the bombardiers, and I quote,
Yeah.
"Open up a steel mill in Essen, Germany. Open it wide and let the sun shine in."
Did I say
That you did. That you did. From now on, Crosby's name is the same as Nostradamus. Well,
What do you think, Ken? Do you think they're going to open up a new front in Europe soon?
oh, Mary, I don't think it'll be a front. I think it'll be more of a rear.
A rear?
Yeah, it seems to me like they're planning to give Hitler a kick in the France.
Well, wherever and whenever the attack comes, it's none of our business. Our main job here at home is to do all we can to help our fighting men and our allies with everything we can send them. Now, if that means going without a little gasoline...
Speaking of gasoline rationing, Bing, I got a letter from a friend of mine in New York, and she says the filling station on her corner had to close.
No gas?
No, they broke their medicine dropper.
Of course, you read in the paper about that man in Pasadena who's discovered a way to manufacture gasoline out of ordinary garbage. You read that, didn't you?
Yeah, I read about it, and if he can make gasoline out of ordinary garbage, he ought to go through Beverly Hills, where all the rich people have that ritzy refuse.
Why?
High octane!
A weekend kid, but gasoline rationing would hit people in Los Angeles pretty hard. Do you think you could get along on 3 gallons of gas a week, Bing?
Boy, that'd just about get me around trotter.
I hears the best way to save tires is to stay under 40, Bing.
That's a Hollywood habit, John. I've known actors to stay under 40 till they're 80.
Folks who live way out in San Fernando Valley got to do more than stay under 40. They ought to start carpooling right away.
Well, now, there's a good wrinkle, John. Everybody's crate will last a lot longer, taking turns hauling each other into town.
My car's full to capacity every time I comes in town.
Oh, that's nice work, John. Nice work. Who do you carry?
Me.
Yeah! Well, now that you're here, how's for an introduction that'll get Mary into yip-by-yaddy-yay, hat and all?
Yip-by-yaddy-yay, yip-by-yaddy-yay. I don't care what becomes of me when you play me that sweet melody. Yip-by-yaddy-yay, my heart wants to holler hooray. Sing of joy, sing of bliss, home was never like this. Yip-a-yaddy-I-yay. Yip-a-yaddy-I-yay. Oh, yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I-yay. I don't care what becomes of me. When you swing and sway, I play that sweet melody. Yip-a-yaddy-I-yay, I-yay. My heart wants to holler hooray. Sing of joy, sing of bliss, home was never, never like this. Yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I, yip-a-yaddy-I. Yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I-yay. Yip-a-yaddy-I-yay, yip-a-yaddy-I-yay. I don't care what becomes of me when you play me that sweet melody. Yip-a-yaddy-I-yay, I-yay. Sing of joy, sing of bliss, home was never like this. Yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I. Yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I. Yip, 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 yip-a-yaddy-I.
Our friend John Garfield is at present being seen in what looks like one of the really important pictures of 1942. That would be the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer treatment of John Steinbeck's colorful novel, Tortilla Flat. Between pictures, John Garfield, like everybody else here in Hollywood, spends a lot of time with one of the many shows that play the Army camps. It's interesting work, huh, John?
Bing, I've seen anti-aircraft camps, artillery camps, infantry camps, signal corps camps, Air Force camps. I guess I've seen almost every branch of the service. In every camp, I've been impressed by the one thing.
What's that, John?
Boy, have we got an army.
We got a fair country navy, too.
You ever get a load of the camouflage corps?
That sounds like the girls' dressing room over at Paramount. What's that?
Well, I met two camouflage guys. They used to paint those big billboards you see on top of the buildings. You know, glamour girls 5 stories high.
Oh, king-size glamour, huh?
Yeah. One of those guys was telling me the last day him and his partner were on the job. They were working on a dame's head 5 stories above the street.
Well, that's going to a gal's head the hard way. 5 stories up on a scaffold.
Well, below them, they could hear the hustle and the bustle of the city, trolley bells, people crowding and pushing. But they were above all that when they were up on their scaffold, 5 stories above it. Suddenly, one guy puts down his brush and walks the full length of the scaffold and says,
"Nice crowd down there watching us today, huh?"
"Yeah, if I had a bomb sight, I'd drop a can of paint."
"We must be a little better than we think. Crowd's getting bigger. Did you ever try to spit a curve?"
Yeah, it gives you a feeling of grandeur, don't it?
Yeah, king for a day, boy.
Yeah. Look at all those people down there milling around like harmless little ants.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. There's my roommate down there wearing my best gray flannel slacks, the bum.
Bum? Fine talk after saying the people down there are harmless little ants.
Well, this ant's in my pants.
You know, I was thinking this is maybe the biggest sign that I ever worked on. Imagine a dame with her head way up here on the 5th floor and her feet way down there at the street level.
Yeah, and there's the foreman standing at her feet, watching us.
What'd he say?
He says to hurry.
That I know, but what did he say?
He told us to get the lead out of our paints.
I wonder what this sign's for, anyway. I mean, what's it advertising?
A product called Latimer's Little Licorice Lozenges.
Latimer's Little Licorice. Well, what are they good for?
Latimer.
Trouble with this business, you never know what you're painting. Boy, I spent a whole week on my last job painting a guy holding a mop before I knew what it was.
Well, what was it? Veronica Lake. Quit stalling. If we hurry, maybe we can get all the way down and finish the feet today. Say, does being up this high make your ears ring?
No, but every noon I hear a whistle. That's it now. Excuse me, I gotta walk across the scaffold for my lunch.
Well, don't bother. Have some of mine. The little woman fixed me up with sandwiches and a pail of suds.
Suds? Oh, boy, I'm so dry I'm spitting steel wool. Give me a gulp of them suds.
I thought you said these were suds.
They are, they are. The little woman says before I eat, I should wash my hands.
Hey, get a load of that dame still watching us. You know, when we come to think of it, we're artists. We're just like Rembrandt and all those old masters.
Oh, I have a genuine oil painting by Goya out at my house.
I got a real McGonagall pastel.
Can't compare with Goya.
Oh, no?
Nah, when you got a McGonagall, what do you got? A McGonagall. But when you got a Goya, you got a Goya.
Yeah.
I'd like to see any one of them Artie guys paint a picture 5 stories high like this one. Imagine the head on the 5th floor and the feet on the street. I hope we can finish the feet today.
Monotonous here, just having lunch. Remember that guy we saw once who climbed up the side of the building without a scaffold?
Sure, Bozo the human fly?
Yeah. Wonder what ever became of Bozo the human fly.
His wife swatted him.
Say, maybe that babe over there on the 6th floor ain't kidding. Look at her. I'll see if she's my type. Hiya, babe.
If that remark was addressed to me, I'll thank you to keep your big mouth shut.
She can chill you at 100 yards. Go ahead. Give her another holler. I'll light up a blowtorch and thaw you out.
I quit putting on the frost, honey. Gee, you and me could make music.
You don't look like you have a nickel.
Don't say things like that, honey. You and me could light sparks across the cosmos.
I believe in fire prevention, and if you two don't leave me alone, I'll notify Harold Ickes.
Is she calling us Ickies?
Listen, Chickadee, what's the idea of notifying Harold Ickes?
You two guys are wasting crude oil.
Is that so? So I'm crude, am I? Look at me, I can paint. How many guys do you run around with who can paint pictures so big that the dame's head is on 5th floor and her feet's on the street?
So what?
Well, I can dance, too. Look at me, I'm dancing.
Cut it out. Cut it out. You want to fall off this scaffold?
Well, she can't say I'm screwed. Get a load of this rumba. I went to Havana.
Look out, you big
one of those rooms.
Look out! You'll fall off the scaffold. Look out! You did this. Yes, you. Standing there in that window. You just did this, my buddy. You. We were going into the army together tomorrow, side by side. We were going to black out the Axis. And now, just because you felt like flirting, he's lying down there on the street, 5 stories down. Talk to me, pal. Can you hear me?
I don't think I'll be able to finish the job.
Well, can you move your legs?
No.
Well, can you move your head?
A little.
Can you move your arms?
Yeah.
Then start painting the feet.
I'm glad we made the most of every moment. Those memories help a lot while we're apart. I don't mean to say I'm unhappy, and I don't think I've got a broken heart. Just plain lonesome, that's how I feel tonight. Just plain lonesome, that's what it is, all right. When I think of all the fun we've had, I guess I don't feel bad. Just, kinda sad. Got your letter, showed all the neighborhood, and your picture, gee, but you're looking good. Folks all miss you. Outside of that, nothing new. Just plain lonesome for you. the fun we've had. I guess I don't feel bad. Just, you know, kinda sad. I got your letter, showed all the neighborhood, and your picture. Gee, but you're looking good. Folks all miss you. Outside of that, nothing new. Just plain lonesome for you.
Comes now our friend Victor Borger. At the moment, Victor's doing a little light wood shedding on the 88 over there. What's the latest caper, Vic?
Thing being, do you know this song?
Sure. Didn't you hear me sing it?
Sure, that's why I asked you.
Oh. You like that tune a lot, huh, Vic?
Oh, you bet. I think it's a very sweet tune, Bing, and I still think that In the Shade of the Old Apple Tree is better.
You think it's sweeter?
No, it's cooler. Cooler. Say, Bing, did you ever stop to think how the old masters would have played Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree with anyone else but whoever it is? I mean...
What would they do with it? Give me a rundown.
How Mozart would play.
Mozart? How would he play Don't
You know Mozart, don't you?
Well, not...
How Mozart would play Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree.
Show me.
Probably. That's one more. Think, I love apples, you know.
You like apples?
Yeah. Think of all the things you can make with apples. Apple butter, apple strudel, apple cake, and... There's only one thing you can't make with apples.
What's that?
Tomato juice. There's another peculiar thing about apples. If you have one apple, that is a apple. If you have two apples, that's a pear. And of course, if you have a lot of apples, that's a big city.
What city?
Minneapolis.
Oh, drop the net. You certainly know your apples, Vic.
Thank you, Bing, but let's get back to the old composers.
Fine. Who is your favorite living composer?
My favorite living composer's Johann Strauss, but he's dead. So we'll take Franz Liszt and see what he would have done with it, you know.
The apple tree?
Under the apple tree in Hungary.
I see.
Minor. Anybody else but me?
Certainly wonderful what a fella can do with apples, isn't it?
Yeah, you can make wonderful things with apples, Bing. Say, when I was playing, I looked at you, and I think it's a very smart suit you are wearing.
What's that?
Applesauce. You know, Bing, I can't think of apples without thinking of my friend Joe.
Oh, Joe, yeah.
You know, he came to this country about 20 years ago, and he had no money. And that was about all he had. So he got 24 apples on credit and went out to sell them. And that was 20 years ago. And what do you think he's worth today?
What?
Nothing. And he still owes for the 24 apples.
That's something.
Now back to the tune, Bing. You know Stravinsky?
I know his music.
Yeah, he's
Remote.
a very... Oh, his music, yeah. Is that music? Oh, I see what you mean. He's a very modern composer, you know. Very music and very modern. And I would like to play now how Stravinsky would have played Don't sit under the tree, you know. Stravinsky.
See.
He didn't know it very well.
He's rehearsing. How would George Gershwin have done it?
Oh, that's just what I was going to show you. How George Gershwin would have written, "Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me."
Thank you, Victor. That was fine. And here is Ken with a few remarks on certain results that can be obtained from sitting under the apple tree. How about that, Ken?
Well, Dr. Crosby, now that summer's almost here, the boys over at the Rapatappa Gong House have finally put away their longies.
Why?
Well, you got to have short drawers for station identification.
Oh, no. We continue with Kraft Music Hall matters that bring into sharp perspective such interesting citizens as Rosemary Lane, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids in Hal, Mary Martin and Associate.
Wait till the sun shines, Nellie, when the clouds go drifting by. We will be so happy, Nellie.
Don't let me hear you sighing.
I can't stand to see you crying down.
Down
Lover's Lane we'll wander, sweetheart, you and I.
If you will wait,
I'll wait at the garden
till
gate,
the sun
and honey,
shines,
don't be
Nellie,
late. In the sweet
by and by.
Oh, say, things gonna be okay in the sweet, sweet by and by.
drifting by.
We will be so happy, Nellie. Don't let me hear you make a sigh. Don't let me hear you make a sigh.
Way down in Lover's Lane, we'll wander, sweetheart, you and I. We'll be so happy together, but it all depends on the weatherman.
Nellie!
Oh, Nellie!
Why, Nell?
Don't you sit there and sigh.
If you will wait
till the sun shines, Nellie.
in the sweet,
The sweet,
in the sweet.
just sweetie sweet, and wait till the sweet by and by.
No stranger to the old Kraft Music Hall, our friend Rosemary Lane just returned to Hollywood after a run of 260 consecutive performances in George Abbott's Broadway musical success, Best Foot Forward. Now that Rosemary's back and ready to ration a little of her time to the cinema, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they revived the well-thought-of series of a couple of years ago, the one she was in, and they made something like, maybe 4 daughters in the Navy or 4 mothers joined the Marines. Might be a timely thing, but what I was going to say, Rosemary, everybody tells me it's not the same old Broadway that it used to be. Is that so?
Well, that's a fact, Bing. These nights, instead of a broken heart for every light on Broadway, there's an air raid warden.
Well, that's tough. I shall never forget the Broadway that once was. A glamorous, fascinating beauty with eyes sparkling in the night.
Now she's Main Street, with middle-aged spread.
Doesn't seem so many years ago that I had a long run on Broadway.
How long?
3 days.
Well, 3 days isn't a long run on Broadway.
Well, I was chasing a meal.
Oh. Well, things are better now. Show business is so good, even vaudeville's coming back.
Yeah, so I've heard on the radio. You think if I went east with a new ground cloth, I could get some booking in the 2 a day?
Well, frankly, Bing, don't. Baritones are a dime a dozen. But a good sister act could clean up.
Well, then why don't you audition some sisters and rebuild the old Lane Sisters Act?
No need to audition any sisters, Rosemary. I'll apply for the job if you think we could get booking.
Get booking? Why, they're dying for good acts. Let's see, what'll we call ourselves? The Dolly Sisters?
Oh, it's been done.
How about the Cherry Sisters?
That's been done, too.
Well, never mind the name now. Go pack your things. We can think of a good name on the way east.
And so they went east, Rosemary and Mary, and they went from agent's office to agent's office, looking for courtesy. Booking. All they wanted was a chance to show their act. And then one afternoon, they walked into an office marked Biff Crosland Theatrical Agency.
The place is empty, except for the janitor.
Hey, who's a janitor? I'm Biff. What's this? I'm Biff Crosland, the agent.
Then why do you dress like a janitor?
You know, Rosemary, if you take a second look, you'll see he does look like an agent.
Oh, I got that 10% gleam in my eye, huh?
That 100% shine on your pants.
Well, if you're an agent, we don't want anything to do with you. We don't trust agents. They're all wolves.
What makes you so sure they're all wolves?
Every time a girl clicks a high heel on the floor, their ears twitch.
Well, you don't have to worry about me, babe. Now, what did you say the name of your act is?
We're the Turkey Sisters.
I'm Mary.
I'm Rosemary.
I'm Mary.
I'm Rosemary.
I'm Mary.
I'm Rosemary.
I'm Mary.
I'm Rosemary.
I'm leaving.
I'm Rosemary.
Brawler. What's that, Brawler?
Wait. You gals, you don't want me. I'm a Hollywood agent.
Well, are all your clients working in Hollywood?
All right. I got 47 clients. 47 clients, and they're all working. I have one at Paramount, one at Republic, and 45 at Lockheed.
Oh, why, we just love to work in the movies.
Well, you're different from most vaudeville acts. Most of them tell me that there's something missing when they work in pictures. You don't know what it's like working without an audience.
You don't know our act.
Well, I got a line on Just the Angel that might be interested in an act like yours. Here's his office right here. We'll go right in here. Girls, want you to meet D. Wolf Carpenter. He's a Broadway angel.
Aha! First time I ever saw an angel with horns.
I guess Broadway angels don't have wings.
No, not after they've been clipped a couple of times. D. Wolf, I want you to meet the Turkey Sisters. This is the act that's going to bring back vaudeville.
I'm sorry, I am not interested in vaudeville. My heart lies in the legitimate theater. The theater is in my blood.
How can you tell?
Every now and then, I break out in dishes.
Well, wait till you hear these gals, Carpenter. You've never heard an act like the Turkey Sisters before. Go ahead, kid. Sing 'em one. Knock one
Hudson
out.
brawl, son on the back and a brawler. Say, Mary, did I tell you my grandmother broke her leg in 2 places? She should stay out of those places.
Oh, great act, isn't it?
It curdles me. If that's funny, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Well, you know your family better than we do. Yep.
Can't you see? Can't you see that these girls have something?
Definitely. Get them out of here. It may be contagious.
Then you won't give us a chance?
I'm a kind man. I'll give you a chance. I'm a stupid man.
Oh, that's wonderful. Experience has shown that there's only one way to present us. The orchestra gives us 3 fanfares. We run across the stage 3 times real fast. Then we come out and start to sing.
Why do you have to run across the stage 3 times before you start singing?
That gives the audience a chance to run out of ammunition.
And then we sing. Playmates, we sing a sharp duet. Our act is hard to get. We play behind a net. Friends say we're trying. We always do our best. They say we really shine. Each for our rest.
No wonder we're such a hit.
We're fair of form and face. Each house that's hired us has found we're taught to clear the face. That's why we're playmates. Whenever lightning taps. For though they book our act, we keep our baggage packed. It's not surprising. A good thing will always rise. But what surprises us, we're still alive. Go get your toothbrush. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Hip, hip.
I think that's going to set charm back about 30 years. But thank you, Rosemary Lane.
Time marches back. 1905. Theodore Roosevelt is 26th President of these United States. 1905. The Nickelodeon in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania presents the first double feature bill in history. Poor but Honest and The Baffled Burglar. No bank night, no dishes. 1905. The gasoline automobile is approximately 10 years old, and thinking men with an eye to the future are saying,
Well, Mary, last I can get one at our price.
Harry, you don't really mean you're going to get one?
Yes, sirree, Bob. See, here's a picture of it right here in Leslie's Weekly. Just get a load of this for a bargain. Beautiful, luxurious, long-lasting, service guaranteed, straight grain hickory, rubber-tired, buggy with steel wheels. 50 simoleons.
Did you say a buggy?
What's wrong with buggies?
Harry L. Jr. Here it is, 1905, and you're still thinking in terms of horses. I declare you ought to modernize your mind. You ought to get a little culture. I read in the paper that Walter Damrosch is taking an opera unit across the country.
Grand opera?
Mm-hmm. Oh, isn't it thrilling? I can wear a new evening dress and thrill to Il Trovatore.
Well, I'll wait till I can wear an old brown suit and thrill to Burt Williams.
Who's he?
Who's he? He's just one of the greatest minstrel men that ever lived. Gee, I can almost see him now. When winter comes with snow and sleet, and me with hunger and cold feet, who says, here's 2 bits, go and get yourself something to eat? Nobody.
You call that music?
How about this, then? Sweet Adeline, my Adeline, in all my dreams, your fair-faced dreams. Oh, you remember how I sang that song when I used to court you on Friday nights?
Mm-hmm. And how I always had to tell you my name was Mary.
Yeah, I thought it was Saturday night.
I'll never forget how you used to blush when you'd kiss me. I thought somebody might be watching.
Why should that make you blush?
Every boy in town kissed better than you did.
Mother, 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 pin a rose on me. Mother, 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 turn the hose on me.
Harry, can't you be sentimental even for a minute?
in the shade of an old apple tree.
Where the water was up to her knees.
Harry. It was under an apple tree you proposed to me. Oh, I'll never forget how happy it made Father.
Neither will he. He was so excited he cut his hand on the bottle opener.
Harry, that's nothing to joke about. He thought he was going to faint.
When somebody offered him a glass of water, he did faint. Say, how about this one? Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square.
Who wrote that?
Well, who writes all the good songs? And 19.5's had a lot of them. George M. Cohan and Paul Dresser. Yeah, I don't know which one's best. Now, you take that new Paul Dresser tune that they called her Frivolous Sal. Then the one George M. Cohan wrote about you.
You mean George M. Cohan wrote a song about me?
Sure. Mary is a grand old name. Goes like this.
Oh.
For it is Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Marie. But it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so square. It's a grand old name. It is Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Marie. But it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came, and there is something there sounds so square, it's a grand old name. With the United States Marine Corps Parachute Battalion training day and night down at the Marine Corps training base at San Diego, we figured to sort of hep ourselves on the hop and drop artist by inviting Major M.L. Dawson, commanding officer of the Marine Corps Parachute Training School, to join up with us here in the old Kraft Music Hall tonight. No green Marine, if there is such a thing. Major Dawson is a graduate of Annapolis and Pensacola, a veteran of many a Marine campaign. In short, just the man to give us a little info on the deadly game of drop and seek that the shootsters play behind enemy lines. With aviation and a knowledge of how to handle a zoot shoot with a zip rip, all part of the life of a leatherneck, Major Dawson, it looks as if the Marine today not only has to be at home on land and sea, but also in the air.
That's true, Bing. The hitch in the Marines has come to be a sort of a three-way stretch.
I'm a one-way stretcher myself, never having jumped out of anything higher than an upper berth. Must take plenty of intestinal stamina to rely so completely on nothing but a hunk of silk.
I think the real reason the parachute troops have confidence in their chutes is because each man packs his own.
Boy, that rules me out. I can't even tie a necktie.
So I see.
Oh, you say you noticed that. Just what do you Marines consider the primary purpose of paratroopers, Major?
Well, the Germans proved at Crete parachute troops can be very successful in taking an island or a comparatively inaccessible objective. They can also be used for capturing airports, severing communication lines, and blasting ammunition dumps and bridges.
Well, then I don't see much difference between Marine parachute troops and commandos.
Oh, yes, there is a difference, Mary. We both attempt to complete a surprise mission swiftly and silently, with tremendous emphasis placed on the individual work and the initiative. The difference is that the commandos do their work and get away as quickly as possible. The Marine parachute troops remain at their objective until they're reinforced.
Yeah, you can't fill up a parachute with captured air and sail away.
It's hard to do, Bing. We use parachutes as the quickest and easiest means of getting to our objective.
I think I'll take the trolley. Just how long is the training course?
We take 6 weeks to teach a man jumping and combat tactics, and that includes learning how to pack and fold a parachute.
I should think that alone would take 6 weeks.
Oh, after a man becomes an expert, it takes him a good 15 minutes to pack a chute.
Well, any man packing a chute for me can take an extra 15 minutes and get it right.
Well, packing a chute ought to be a cinch for you, Bing. With your 4 boys, you should know all there is to know about folding things.
What else do you go into in this training program, Major?
We include just about everything, Bing, starting with lessons in how to jump from the 250-foot towers in 2-seater parachute arrangements, just like the ones they had at the World's Fair.
Well, how thoughtful. The Marine can bring along his girlfriend.
That's an idea that might popularize training, Mary. But as yet, we haven't found it necessary to have coeducational parachute drill.
Yeah, I got a load of those World's Fair parachutes, and if that's what the leathernecks are using, the neck isn't where they need the leather.
Oh, the men only use those for a few days, Bing, before they try the real thing.
I understand that you teach the men tumbling and acrobatics, too, huh?
Yeah, it helps lighten the load and lighten the fall and teaches the men how to get to their feet.
Well, I know some people who have trouble getting themselves up off a couch.
Don't look at me. Do you think John Scott here would make a good parachute trooper, Major?
He certainly wouldn't have any trouble coming down.
Oh, you think the ordinary-sized parachute wouldn't hold him, huh, Major?
Take my word for it, it would, Major. I have an old parachute out at the house.
What for?
I sleeps in it.
That's the comfy sleep-type chute with the raglan sleeves, patch pockets, swing free shoulders, and the built-in T-wagon, a new feature that they're introducing out in Van Nuys or something.
Might be interesting to see whether John Scott would come down from 1,000 feet any faster than usual with his added floating power.
What's the usual time it takes to get down from 1,000 feet, Major?
Oh, you come down in 50 or 60 seconds if the chute opens properly. Otherwise, you make it in about 8.5.
Who's in a hurry, huh? As I understand it, the chutes are opened automatically.
That's right. A cable device called a static line opens the chute in about 1.5 seconds after the bailout.
And if it doesn't?
Every man has an emergency chute. You've probably heard the slogan for that.
What is it?
It don't mean a thing if you don't pull that string.
Oh, yes, I've heard it.
And why'd you let me go ahead and say it?
I like to hear you talk, honey.
Looks to me, Major, like the Marines had landed and have the situation well in hand. Yeah.
Of course, I'm only a woman, Major, but I do have some ideas, sometimes. And I was wondering if you have any absent-minded Marines, why wouldn't it be a good idea to tie the parachute string around the Marine's finger so he won't forget to pull it?
Do you think there'll be any other important changes besides that one in the training program this year, Major?
Probably not, Bing. What we're after now is some more men to train.
What are the requirements? Maybe there's some men listening.
To join the parachute battalion, the first thing a man has to have is his recruit training with the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, he's got to get in that good, solid Marine Corps basic training,
After he's had his recruit training, the parachute battalion is open to him, provided he's not over 6 feet 2.
Why, sure. What's a guy 6 feet 2 need with a parachute? Boy can step out.
And a Marine parachutist can't be under 18 or over 32.
And I take it he can sign up at any Marine Corps recruiting station.
We'd like to have him do just that, Bing. The Marines need plenty of men in all branches of the Corps. So if you're anxious to be among the first to hit Hitler, Mussolini, and put the toe on the end of Hirohito, drop around to the nearest recruiting office and tell it to the Marines.
Well, you better put on some extra men in the morning, Major, because here they come. And may you and the Marine Corps Parachute Battalion enjoy innumerable happy landings in a lot of places that should be solidly landed upon.
Thank you, Bing.
Comes now. Thank you very much, Major. Comes now for all the Marines from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Mary Martin in a tune that seems a little too hopeful to apply to a Marine, Ain't Misbehavin'.
No one to talk with, all by myself. No one to walk with, I'm happy up on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain
the one I love. I'm through with flirting, it's just you I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. Like Jack Harner in the corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kiss is all worth waiting for, believe me. I don't stay out late, don't care to go. I'm home about 8, just me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you.
No one to talk with, all by myself. No one to walk with, but I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain the one I love. I'm through with flirting, it's just you I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you.
Like Jack Harner in the corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kiss is all worth waiting for, believe me. I don't stay out late, don't care to go. I'm home about 8, just me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you.
That, friends, you will be surprised to learn, was the John Scott Trotter reading of the Triumphal March from the opera Aida. You know, if they do the rest of the opera that way, they could pay off the mortgage on the old opera house. Huh, John?
Thanks, you Bing.
And now, John, the closing song. Boy's getting to be a performer here. And now, John, the closing song tonight is being recorded off the air and dispatched with Squadron Leader Williamson, who's here at the show tonight, to our friends in the Eagle Squadron over in England. So make it airy and lacy, huh?
A sleepy lagoon a tropical moon, and two on an island, a sleepy lagoon with two hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream, they sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the ripples. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, sleepy lagoon, and you. Fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream, they sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the ripples. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon,
And that, friends, gives everything we had lined up for this evening a thorough going over. Next Thursday, the same time things got started tonight, we'll all be going round and round again. All being Mary Martin, Victor Borge, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids in Hal, as well as Thomas Mitchell of the cinema, Lieutenant Leonard Phillips of the United States Army Air Force, and another character who's got to remain anonymous for the nonce. See if you can guess who it is. If you do, tell us, will you? Anyhow, catch us next Thursday, the same time meeting took up tonight. Until then, adios viejos.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, someone waits for me, and the gold
Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
Here is the transcription.
Are they all talking about you? Listen. Are they saying?
Why doesn't anybody ever ask her any place? Because she's such a droop. Just mopes around feeling sorry for herself. Wouldn't you think she'd do something about her scrawny figure?
And maybe you can do something. Maybe you simply need more vitamin D and iron. Like Mrs. Lynn Reddy, who writes,
I had been so nervous, tired, and underweight that I decided to try ironized yeast. Well, now I feel like a new person. I've gained 10 pounds, and I feel so peppy. And my nervous, tired feeling has disappeared. My friends and relatives all remark how good I look. Ironized yeast has made me a very happy person.
And friends, if you simply need more vitamin D and iron, ask your druggist for ironized yeast, with IY on the package and on each tablet. Remember,
Step up your pep. Get back in high. Get ironized yeast with the big IY.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the same theater. I think we're going to have that same production. They put it in ahead of me in order that I may follow it. Would you be interested in my recipe for success? Oh, Sam's in tonight, by the way. The guy who joined the Army. It appears he ain't joined the Army. He was on vacation. He's been enjoined by the Army to sit tight. So he walked in tonight, and he'll play a little thing here and a little thing there. And so, would you be interested in my recipe for success? I got it. I have finally solved it. How to be a success? Never make less than $1,000 a week. That's all. That's all. I mean, it's just all there is. All. Yeah, Sam's back. Oh, good evening, anybody. Here's Mergen, international banker. Not exactly international, more of a neighborhood banker. I went to cash a check today in a branch of my bank. Couldn't get to the home office. I walk up to the window with my check, and the man takes a check and he holds it up to the light. Thumb through his World Almanac. He nudges the clerk next to him. He laughs, and he says, "I don't know you." So then I went behind the railing there to see the man with the glasses who okays the check if he knows you. He didn't know me either. "Call my own bank," I said. "Go ahead and call him." He was a little too smart for me, though. "What are they going to do?" he says. "Give me your signature over the phone?" I got on my knees and I pleaded with him. I gave him a set of my fingerprints in full color. I gave him a bite of my apple on a stick. I gave him all the stuff about my life, the marks I got in school. Gave him 2 coupons for my sugar ration book. He didn't know me. I told him about that girl in Arrowhead, Michigan. I told him about that tweed suit I got in Philadelphia in the winter of '35. Showed him a picture of my Aunt Belitha. I drew him a diagram of my living room. He said he didn't know me. Finally, he agreed to call up my home bank. He got on the phone. He said, "Hello, George. How's tricks, George?" Sure. "Yes, sir. Marie's fine." "Sure. Yeah, Well, give us a ring sometime, boy. We could have lunch together or something." "Yeah, regards to the wife. So long, George." And then he turned around and he said George didn't know me either. As I turned to go, he said, "Morgan? Henry Morgan? Say, there's a guy on the air with a name something like that." I said, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah, I don't know him either." How to cash a check. Yeah. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan, the penniless. Morgan the pauper, known to his friends as the Gowanus Canal Trust Company Kid. We trust ourselves with your money. Someday we may even trust you with your money. Speaking of life insurance, here's the Oligarchy Swing Septet, 8 men in a trio, singing, "They started to ration gas, and Morgan was left speechless." Got a letter from a woman I've known a long time. She says, "Oh, for heaven's sake, heart-rendering from you." I never said heart-rendering. Rending, that's me. I never say preventative either. Don't give me that stuff. Where's that Cougar record, Sam? What'd you do, cancel everything? The station fall apart? Take it all the way out, Sam. I got a special announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, later on this evening, from 8 o'clock till 9, Mr. Alfred Wallenstein and his all-boy orchestra and some other people are going to do Four Saints in 3 acts. That's 8 o'clock over this station. And they do it because it's an American opera. It says downstairs on the bulletin board. The libretto is by Miss Gertrude Stein and her air-conditioned intellect. And the music is by the equally cerebrated Virgil Thompson. The only reason for my mentioning all this is that nobody understands the opera except Gertie and me. Now, out of personal regard for Wally, as I call Mr. Wallenstein behind my own microphone, I'd like to explain just what this thing's about. I'm going to do it, too, because I said I'd like to, diddle I? All right. Take this part, for instance, and I'm quoting from Miss Stein's own illable thing. It makes it well fish, 4 saints. It makes it well fish, 4 saints. Prepare for saints. It makes it well fish. It makes it well fish. Prepare for saints. Unquote. Of course, the Fitzgerald translation comes at a time when the Norman influence was impacting itself against the basic East Anglian up until, say, pre-Chaucer. Giuseppe Verdi himself was 74 before they produced Otello at La Scala in Milan. As a matter of fact, he was 74 before he wrote it, and even soon after. Take the phrase, it makes it well fish. Will Cuppy made some money by saying that the Spanish mackerel has a narrow peduncle, dappled sides, a trilobed liver, and a blue abdomen, but that didn't make it Spanish. He said they travel in shoals because they can't bear to be alone. PM says you can get red salmon 18 cents the number 1 can at A&P in the Bohack stores. Of course, the major production difficulty has been the 4th saint, who hasn't any act, except a little juggling in the prologue. Wallenstein covers this with a flute glissando based on a theme taken from his personal collection of stuff to have themes based on. The only one in the business has got one, too. This is the first folksy American opera to have parts written in for 2 slide rules and an unoccupied French horn, which only plays the tacits. It may be of some interest to you that Weinberger, Wally's timpanist, once went to Prague soon after leaving PS 169. Spingarn, who plays first accordion, was also in Prague at the time. Strangely enough, they never met. And as I said in the beginning, anything Wally does is okay with me. No more gas, no more tires. That's the way we talk. And what'll we do in the meantime, madam? In the meantime, we'll walk. I'll walk. We'll walk. Unless, of course, you're smart enough to, I'll tell you how it goes. If you want a pair of Adler knockabout sport shoes and you don't live near an Adler store, Parcel Post will do your walking for you. We made arrangements with old man Adler to let you buy these knockabout sport shoes by mail. That's the way we do business. Here's all you do. You get a postcard, you write your name and address on one side. It's standard right up to there. And you write the size of your shoe and the color you'd like to have. This is for all the people who live out of town, or even if you live in town, we'll do this. Name and address on one side, put the size of your shoe and the color on the other. The colors are brown, beige, green, rust, natural. I guess that means natural shoe color. White, navy, maize, maroon. All those colors. They come in sizes 5 to 13. So if you send me a card, we'll see that you receive a pretty cute-looking little pair of knockabouts. You pay the postman or whoever brings them, but you pay $2.39. That's $2.39, and a couple of the pennies there for the mailing. That's a bargain. These are Adler knockabout shoes. There's a moccasin type in brown leather with a leather sole and rubber heel, Same price, $2.39. So you can do one of three things. You can go to an Adler store and see Knockabout Sport Shoes, or drop me a card and we'll send you a booklet illustrating the style so you can order from that. Or I'll pick out a pair for you. Want to do that? Send me a postcard with your name, address, shoe size, and color. And we'll do you the stuff there. Really, pretty good little shoes there. They're good for the summer and next summer and the summer after that. Old man Adler says you can't sell shoes over the air like that, but I think you can. So if you don't live around the town, or even if you're in New York, we can do it that way. And they'll fit you, and you'll be happy. The man's name is Adler. My name is Morgan. How you been? Hey, just think about these priorities. Isn't that wonderful for Christmas? No more ashtrays with greetings from Asbury Park. No more chromium clocks stuck in statues' stomachs. Ever see those? Yes. What are we going to do about those neckties, though, Wallace? Hey, Henderson, how about using those necktie colors for camouflage instead? Whatever happened to Stan McGovern? Did you know that I am this month's leading candidate for Mr. Subways? Would you like to write a question from information, please, and win a set of encyclopedias? How about Shakespeare? For example, Hamlet. Here's your question. I'll give it to you. What was the married name of the first gravedigger's sister, the one who married that fellow from Norway? Or, what did the gravedigger from North Carolina say to the gravedigger from South Carolina? I can tell you what'll happen. Mr. Fadiman will read it. Kieran will identify 200 species of birds from their nicknames. Mr. Adams will sing all of the Pirates of Penzance. Levant will hum a little boogie-woogie. Oh, well, here's a transcription.
Modern design. On land, in the air, and on the sea to victory. Right, in America's speedy pursuit ship. It's modern design that makes the big difference. In cigarettes, too, it makes the big difference.
Modern design means Pall-Malls are longer. Modern design means your throat is protected. Notice Pall-Malls greater length. Pall-Mall filters the smoke naturally over a 20% longer route of Pall-Mall's traditionally fine tobaccos. Pall-Mall's greater length travels the smoke further, gets rid of heat and bite on the way. Pall-Mall's modern design filters the smoke, protects your throat.
Modern design. On land, in the air, and on the sea to victory.
Smokers, remember what Pall-Mall's modern design does for you. Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke, protects your throat.
What'd you say, madam? Do I inhale? Oh, about half the time. Other half I breathe out.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting
Hey! Well, we have much more program for you. At 5:15, we have our episode of Gene Shepherd coming up, and a fast reminder that Sunday at WBAI Speedway from 6 until 1 a.m. Sunday night, a Gene Shepherd Memorial Weekend Marathon.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the president to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for end of track. Well, Silver! Hi!
The loudest, most swashbuckling town in the whole West, from the Mississippi to the Golden Gate, was a town without a name. Day and night, the rattle of gunshots banged away. The thunder of hoofs and the shouts and yells of husky working men on a spree made a roar louder than a river in flood. What was more, this town never stayed in the same place for very long. For days, a week, sometimes 2 weeks. Then the buildings were knocked down, taken to another location, and nothing remained to mark the previous site but a few crude crosses over the graves of men who had been quick to anger, but not quick enough on the draw, who had gone down before the flaming guns of a faster opponent. The only name this town had was End of Track.
End of track. Colonel Parkman, this time there are 6 graves, one for each day the town was located here.
Yes, Miss Barkley. The tracks have moved 50 miles further west, and so's the town.
Can't something be done about these deaths?
Building a railroad is a job for men, Miss Barkley. When gangs of men work hard all day, laying rails or making grades, they just naturally have to break loose at night.
Oh, but 6, it's getting worse.
Yes, it is.
What about the soldiers who are detailed to police the railroad? Can't you assign more of them to the end of track?
I wish I could, Joan.
But why not?
Well, look west there, along the rails. What do you see?
Why, I see the rails and the men working, and the work trains carrying ties and rails and tools. And beyond it, the rolling plains fading into the horizon.
And what's hidden behind those hills?
What's hidden?
Danger, Joan. I see danger hidden beyond those hills. Indians, outlaws, settlers who resent the coming of the Iron Horse. There's trouble in the town at the end of the track, but there's more trouble out there. And that's where the soldiers are.
All of them?
Miss Barkley, if I could get twice as many, that still wouldn't be enough. I've telegraphed Washington over and over,
I see, Colonel. Well, then the town...
Well, I've appointed a marshal to run the gambling element out of town. That's all I can do. And I can't stay here any longer. I've got to go up and look at construction at the end of the track.
Colonel, do you mind if I stay here? I know I'm your secretary, but
Well, you're supposed to be my secretary, Miss Barkley. I know very well that you're working for the government.
Colonel...
Oh, it's all right. No one around to hear me. Your work for me is just a front to fool the rest. But I ask no questions, Miss Barkley. We're both trying to build the railroad. And that's that. Now, if you'll excuse
Colonel, who have you appointed as marshal?
Jeff Coster.
Jeff, oh.
I hope he works out. Adios, Miss Barkley.
Yes. Adios, Colonel. Jeff Coster.
Kimasabi.
Hello, there's Miss Barkley.
Look, up near Judas Tree.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Hi! Steady, steady, Scout. Open the hole. Open the hole.
Over the ridge. Masked man, you're just the one I was hoping to see.
Where's the end of track, Miss Barkley?
Pulled up stakes this morning. It's 50 miles west at Powder Creek.
There have been a lot of shooting scrapes lately.
Oh, then you've noticed.
Yes, 6 men buried.
Colonel Parkman can't spare any soldiers to clean up the town. He's appointed a marshal.
What marshal's name?
Just a moment, Otto. Miss Barkley, Otto and I think that there's an organized band behind all this, stirring up trouble wherever possible.
I'm sure of that, too.
The same band that's trying to prevent the building of the railroad in other ways, like Indian raids, buffalo stampedes across the grade, fire, pay cash robberies.
The railroad must go through. The country needs it.
It will go through. But, Tonto and I have a good idea who's behind this trouble in the towns.
You have?
Before the shacks were set up here, end of track was at the West Platte, wasn't it?
Yes.
We were there this morning.
This morning? But that's 50 miles back along the track. You travel fast.
Silver and Scout can cover the ground. Anyway, we searched the ground there, and
I'll wager you found plenty of empty gun shells.
we found something else.
Me got it in the saddlebag. You wait. Here. Here. This is what we find.
Why, it's a spur.
That's right.
An iron spur, Miss Barkley.
The iron spur. Then...
That's right. That's what's behind the trouble at the end of track. The bend of the iron spur. Now, tell us, who is the marshal?
His name is Jeff Coster.
So you're Jeff Coster. Howdy, Mr. Coster.
Howdy.
Boys are putting their horses in the corral. Shall we mosey inside and talk?
Reckon we can talk, yeah?
Sure, we're miles from the railroad. I hope my gang didn't make too much ruckus at Potty Creek.
No. Burned down a few shacks, wounded a railroad foreman.
Now, that's too bad.
Yeah, ain't it?
And as you've been appointed marshal to preserve law and order for the railroad, you just hopped on your horse and chased him, didn't you? All by yourself.
Yep. When I get back, I'll let it be known that I followed the trail for 20 miles and then lost it.
And nobody will savvy that you just used that as an alibi to get out here and talk to me, huh? Right?
Right.
You know, it's a pleasure to do business with a sensible gent like you, Coster.
Likewise, Kilgrew. Now a little matter of payment.
You spoke to Deaver?
He approached me way back at the Platte.
That was when Colonel Parkman gave you the job, huh?
Yeah. The way I got the deal, Kilgrew, I'm to do all I can to help you rip them towns wide open. And I will, providing you pay me enough.
Keno, I get plenty of cash. Here. Here's 20 double eagles. How's that for down payment?
400 cash. Mister, I'm your man.
From now on...
From now on, I just act like a marshal. I stop all kinds of scrapes. Unless...
Yeah, unless you get the sign of the iron spur. Now, you better head back to Powder Creek pronto.
Sure will. Come here, horse. Adios, Kilgrew.
Adios, Coster. I'll be sending Deaver into Powder Creek. So, be watching for him, savvy?
End of track! Pile out, you shanties! Howdy, Creek! Time to howl! That's the way my throat feels. Drive powder! And wet it down! There's always something doing to end the track. Follow me, gents.
Don't you cry for me. Steady, Silver, steady. Whoa. Well, Tonto, here we are. This is the end of the track, Powder Creek.
Town lighted up like prairie fire.
Yeah, you won't be noticed, Tonto. Neither will I, now that I'm disguised.
That's right.
We'll wander around separately, Kimosabe. Keep your eyes open for Coster.
Marshal.
Yes, he's around somewhere.
Me hear man talk this afternoon. Him say Coster chased band out of town.
It doesn't fit in with what we know about Coster, Tonto, although we can't prove any of it.
Him plenty shady.
He's known as a gunfighter. Well, this job requires a gunfighter, but there are two kinds, Tonto. Some good, some bad.
And what we do with Silver and Scout?
Take them with us.
Oh, but...
There are plenty of hitching rails. If there's any trouble, we may want to ride fast and far. Now, remember, we're looking for Coster. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Quiet down! Oh, no, Marshal, we're just having some fun.
Well, maybe so, but there's no need to raise a roof. Colonel Parkman authorized me to preserve law and order in this town. I aim to handle it my own way. Any of you hombres want to use guns?
Now, you keep your shirt on, Marshal. Just cool down there.
That's better.
Nice work, Coster.
Huh?
You recall me, Deaver.
Oh, yeah. Howdy. I reckon we can stand at the bar here and talk. Everybody else is keeping their distance.
Sure. You look like we're having a sociable drink.
Kilgrew sent you down with a message?
Yeah. 3 nights from now, Coster. You arranged to be out of town, Savvy.
Yeah?
Get some excuse. Just be going after sundown.
You're planning something.
Yep. Something big, Coster. As long as the marshal ain't around.
Aye, Savvy. Then whatever happens, I won't get blamed. Keno, I'll be heading out of Powder Creek before sundown 3 nights from now. Oh, you cotton-headed fool.
Sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Sorry, mister.
Why, that ornery...
Who is that hombre? He's a big fella, ain't he?
I don't know. But he bumped into me deliberate.
He's wearing 2 guns, Coster.
I know where I'm 6 feet under.
Hey, What are you aiming to do?
Deaver, I figure this is a good chance to show all these railroad gangs that I'm top man when it comes to gunplay.
Yeah, that ain't a bad idea, but...
But what?
Well, this gent looks like he can handle himself plenty good. Look, supposing I go around the other side of him ready to draw. And we got him whipsawed.
No need for that. Besides, it won't look right to these men here. If there's any trouble, then you start shooting. But there won't be.
Suit yourself.
Yeah. You! Mister!
You're talking to me?
I'm looking at you, aren't I? Unhitch that gun belt, mister.
Oh?
I'm the marshal here, and I don't want anybody to...
There are a lot of others wearing guns, Marshal. Why singled me out?
You're a stranger, and I don't like your looks, that's why.
Well, that makes us even. I don't like your looks either.
Yeah, you'd better stop laughing. Mister, you gonna shuck those guns, or do I have to make you?
As long as there's no law about it, I reckon you'll have to make me, Marshal.
What's that?
Well, I'm not looking for a fight.
Mister, you'd better draw.
I told you I wasn't looking for
Well, I am. Reach. Well, if you won't, then I will. Oh, my...
Did you see that? He shot the guns right out of the marshal's hand.
He shot the marshal. He's a gunman. Get him, boys.
He's an outlaw.
Shoot!
Quick, bartender.
Where is he? He shot out the lamp. Where'd he go? Out the door.
Who's Silver? All right, Silver, let's go. Here they come. Come on, Silver.
Where is he? He's gone. Who's out of this fracas anyway?
That masked friend.
Hurry! This way!
Hi, Kemosabe. Tonto here, plenty of shots from Cafe. See you ride out. You hurt?
No, Tonto, I wasn't touched. Costa picked a fight with me.
Him not know you Lone Ranger, huh?
He was showing off in front of the railroad men, but it didn't work.
You shoot guns from his hand?
Yes, and a man named Deaver started shooting wild. I didn't want anyone to be hurt, so I shut out the lamp and left in the darkness.
You not learn anything, huh?
Something's going to happen 3 nights from tonight, Tonto.
Huh?
I heard Deaver and Custer whispering. 3 nights from tonight in Powder Creek. But just what's going to happen, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's not important.
It's very important. I could tell from the way they said it. Tonto, whatever it is, we've got to find out.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was nearly dawn when a rider galloped across the hills to the hideout of the Iron Spur and jumped off his tired horse.
Kildrew.
Lie down.
What the... Oh, I figured you'd be sleeping.
I heard you coming. From the way you whipped up your horse, sounds like trouble.
Yeah, there's plenty of trouble.
Is it that Costa hombre? Did he turn a whistle on me?
No, it wasn't Costa. He's going through with it like you said.
All right, then, speak up. What are you shaking for?
There was a shooting scrape in Powder Creek, Kildrew. Stranger wanted him with 2 guns strapped low. Costa figured on facing him down to show off.
Oh, tell me after giving Costa $400 he's dead.
No.
Oh, the stranger's dead, huh? Well, what of it? Say, what difference does it make?
The stranger ain't dead at all. He shot the guns right out of Costa's hands. Then when I tried to get him, he shot the lamp and vamoosed. Of course, that hombre was riding a white horse.
Huh?
I didn't recognize him in the cafe. He was disguised. But he was the Lone Ranger.
Hello? Your loco. He wears a mask.
It was him, I tell you. I'd know that white stallion any place.
Sure. A Lone Ranger, huh?
You heard me and Costa talking.
I'm beginning to savvy, Davy. The Lone Ranger's on to us. That's not good. Maybe we'd better change our plans. And how much does he know?
He passed right by while we were setting the time.
3 nights more?
Yeah. Kilgrew, we better change our plans. We better...
By gravy, no, I got it.
Huh?
It's just him and the engine. The Iron Spur's got more than 20, and all of them dead shots. Maybe we can fix things. Says we'll get the Lone Ranger at the same time we shoot down those railroad workers. Yeah, that engine goes into town pretty often. Now listen close, Deeber. We're going to send a note.
Yeah, Silver. I recognize it, too. That's Tonto coming back from town. He's traveling fast.
Hi!
What is it, Tonto? Something happen in town?
Tonto get note.
A note?
Me not know who put note on saddle horn. There plenty men. Heap big crowd in town. Here, you read it.
It's too dark to see plainly.
You wait. Here. Let me hold flaming stick so you see.
There will be trouble at Powder Creek Friday night just before moonrise. Just before moonrise. Be at the bend of the creek south of the track. You can capture the outlaws of the Iron Spur.
Tonto, Kimosabe. Me think note from girl, huh?
Friday night. Today will be Wednesday.
Miss Barkley plenty smart. She find out what Iron Spur plan to do.
This fits in with what I heard Custer and Deaver discussing.
That heap good. Moonrise that night at 11 o'clock. We be near creek then, huh? We save railroad.
Bradford. Hey, Bradford.
Calling me, Marshal?
Yeah. Where's Colonel Parkman?
Well, I figure he's where he ought to be. Back there 100 yards from the office freight car. Miss Barkley's with him.
Keno, come along.
Huh?
You ain't deaf. I said come along. I want to talk to the colonel. I want you with me.
I'm a foreman, Coster. There's a railroad to be built. Tracks to be put on.
Your men can work for 10 minutes without you. Come on, I got something to tell Parkman.
We're doing right well, Miss Barkley. 12 miles of track yesterday. I said we're doing...
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. I wasn't listening.
Oh, still fretting about trouble at end of track?
There was a shooting scrape at Powder Creek night before last.
But no one was even wounded. I think I made a good choice in Jeff Coster. He'll keep him tamed down.
Will he?
He's a good man. Oh, I know you've got your own ideas. You're a government agent. You have your own ways of getting information and your own Come in.
Howdy, Colonel. Can I powwow with you for a couple of minutes?
Yes. Come in, Coster.
Come along, Bradford.
Howdy, Miss Barkley. Howdy, Colonel. I ought to be out bossing the gang, but Coster dragged me along.
I suppose he has his reasons.
Reckon I have, ma'am. Colonel, today's Thursday. Tomorrow night, Powder Creek will be roaring with men spending their pay.
Yes, naturally.
I won't be around, Colonel.
What's this, Coster? Are you telling me you're quitting?
Oh, no, sir. Nothing like that. But I think I got a lead on the hombre who killed a couple of railroad men back at the West Platte.
The Iron Spur.
What's that, Miss Barkley? You know about the Iron Spur?
It was their work, wasn't it?
I think so. Only how did you know?
Shucks, Marshal. We've been having trouble all along the rails with that Iron Spur outfit. Anytime anything goes wrong, we blame the Iron Spur.
Oh, yeah, reckon that's so. For a second, I figured maybe Miss Barkley had some special information.
We're wasting time. Get on with it, Coster.
Yes, sir. The reason I asked Bradford here to mosey in with me is that I figure he can take over my job for the night.
Me? Act as marshal?
Well, somebody's got to.
But I'm no gunfighter. I can shoot well enough.
Oh, the men respect you, don't they?
That's right, Bradford. As long as Coster's got to go, you're the best man.
There shouldn't be any trouble. You can keep him calmed down, Bill.
Well, I reckon I can prevent any real ruckus, if that's what you mean.
Fine, and it's all settled. Just be sure you give Bradford your badge before you take up this trail, Coster.
Yes, sir, Colonel. I'll give it to him tomorrow night. You'll make it a point to be in Powder Creek before nightfall, Bradford?
Before nightfall. I'll be there, Marshal.
right, quiet, everybody. There's a horse galloping this way.
Yeah, that ought to be Coster.
It's too dark to tell for certain. Keep your guns handy.
You're supposed to meet us here.
Keep your guns handy. All right, ease up, boys. It's him. Howdy, Coster.
Howdy. That's all set, Kilgrew. I'm out of Powder Creek with my alibi. You and your men can go in and rip the town wide open.
Kiddo. All right, gents, get around. I reckon you've been wondering why I had you put on railroad workers' clothes instead of your own regular outfits.
Yeah. Well, what's the idea?
Well, here's the reason. A little before moonrise, we're riding to Powder Creek. We'll ground hitch our horses back of the shacks and wander and mingle with the railroad gangs. We'll have our guns. Gents, as soon as the moon rises clear of the horizon, we'll start pumping lead at every railroad man in sight.
Fat Kilgrew. There's 100 of them in town.
Fine.
But if they go to work on you...
That's just it, Coster. That's why we dress just like them.
Huh?
Don't you see? It looked like a general scrape buster loose. All those railroad men are divided up into working gangs. They're all jealous of each other. They'll start battling among themselves. The track layers against the grading crews, the supply men against the pay crew, everybody. It'll be a riot.
We'll smash buildings, set fire to supplies, rip up the rails.
Yeah. When we get through with Powder Creek, they'll have to start all over again. That is heavy.
Yeah, sure.
All right, hombres. Time to travel. Follow me.
What about you, Deaver? Ain't you going along?
Not just yet, Coster. You and me got a special job to do.
Special job like... What's that? You and me? Me?
Sure. You don't think you're getting paid just to wander out of town, do you? Do you recollect that hombre who shot the guns out of your hands?
Yeah.
Well, that was the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah, I spotted his horse. Coster, I sent him a note. You don't know who it's from. A note telling him and the engine to be at the south bend of Powder Creek before moonrise. You ought to be there now waiting. Put spurs to your horse, Coster. You and me are going to dry gulch to the Lone Ranger.
Is that...
Yeah. We can see him clear. Outlined against the rise. That's them, all right.
Yeah, I can make them out. Sitting on their horses.
Take the engine. I'll cut down the masked men.
We're about 50 feet away.
We can't miss. Not with these rifles. Draw your bead, Coster.
Yeah. Any time now.
Now.
Deaver, we got him. Knocked him clean off the horse.
Keno, cut and run, Coster. You go your way, I'm heading for the town.
Hey, Keno, it's almost moonrise. We'll just have time to walk into town. Now follow me.
Boss, Kilgrew.
You made it fast, Stevie.
Yeah.
Well,
we got them, both of them.
Sure?
Certain sure. Shot them right off their horses.
All right, gents. Looks like we're going to be lucky all the way. We'll spread out. Some of us go into the cafe, the rest scatter around. And as soon as the moon clears the horizon...
Steady, boys. Back natural.
I can see the moon through the window, Deaver. It's almost clear now.
You get the lantern, Wiley.
Yeah.
The rest of you watch me. Shoot as soon as I do.
Yep, it sure is a nice, peaceable evening.
A couple of seconds, Deaver, and then we...
What the...
Come on, tunnel right through the door.
Wait, smash, man.
Don't move any of you.
It can't be you. You're dead.
That same thing Coster say.
Coster, but...
You didn't drag Gulch's, Deaver. I knew that note was a trap. Al and I were hiding in the brush. What you shot were figures made of wood and propped up in the saddles.
That's right. Coster, him in Colonel Parkman's office now. Him tied up good.
As for the rest of the men... Beaver, it's a railroad! Not what you think. Colonel Parkman's men capturing the rest of your band outside.
Well, you won't get us alive.
He's reaching for a gun. Look out! You're asking for trouble, Deaver. You haven't got a chance. All right, take care of it. Here, get in there. Come on there. Let's go there. Come on there.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ryan. If that masked man hadn't warned you, there'd have been more graves than we got railroad tracks. But as it was, we cleaned them up and put them under arrest.
So I see, Bill.
Oh, you haven't. You just think you've got us all. But we're only part of the Iron Spur. You didn't get...
Didn't get who?
Never mind.
He means the leader of the Iron Spur, an outlaw named Kilgrew.
How'd you know who...
Never mind. Kilgrew got away in the darkness. But no matter how far he goes or how long it takes, the masked men and Tonto will... Oh, listen. There they go. There they go on the trail of Kilgrew. Listen, Deaver, listen. That's the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Soldiers, sailors, Marines, sound off. Well, hiya, gang. Hop in the ring and start to swing, because this is Larrap and Lou Crosby on detail to sound off with your famous favorite four. And man, they're fat. These four tunes are here with the courtesy of votes and ballots from you men who like your kicks on the mellow side. I see Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, is posting the winners, so warm up your motors and we'll roar into formation here. Jive formation. Number 4 on your tune parade is listed as a goodie by the Cats in England. Adding a dash of camp meeting flavor, Abe Lyman has a standout. The tune, Amen. And Sister Rose Blaine steps up here to deliver the sermon.
Listen, brother, I've got some preaching to do. And listen, sister, I've got some teaching to do. And I want you all to listen to me, too. Now, I've been reading in the good book, put on my specs, and took a good look. And after reading in the good book, this is my message to you. Amen. 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 I feel the Spirit will just say Amen. 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 Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. A two-faced woman and a jealous man is the cause of trouble since the world began. Steal my chicken and my gravy too. Gotta draw the line when it comes to you. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah.
hallelujah.
Amen. Hello, Gabriel, said Memphis Sam. Open those gates, 'cause here I am. I'm the boogie-woogie bugle boy from Company B. When Gabriel's horn's gone, just call on me.
Amen.
I hear you calling, brother.
Amen.
Now you're digging, son.
Amen.
Oh, that's the spirit now.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Just keep singing and
Well, be seated, brethren, while we continue on our bouncy way here. Flash, hold on to your cash, 'cause this ain't hash. The number 2 ditty's a thing of extraordinary verve, so we'll toss you a curve. One of the current raves, this swing suite got a hunk of solid support from the gang up in the Illusions. Open your optics to the tune Don't Get Around Much Anymore, and it's Fred Waring's band with Donna Day showing the way. Well, why are you so blue, fair maiden?
It's the Saturday dance. Heard they crowded the floor. Couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd visit the club. Got as far as the door. They'd have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Oh, my darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. But nevertheless, why stir up memories? Invited on days might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore. Baby, I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. My darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. But nevertheless, why stir up all those memories? Just don't do no good being invited on days. Might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore.
Me, that's the blues, my boy. Attention, man, you can't give in. Stand up and get a jolt here from one of the sharpest things to stack up its stuff in several semesters. Your sound-off special for this bean ride. Dig the trumpet and lap up the blues. The feet-dragging blues with Harry James and his boys here. Sound off. Many a gator has yelled for the waiter after a gem like that. But now we're all ready to sound off with a fine song that reached out and grabbed the #1 ribbon on your tune parade. Ah, the honey's flowing. Take another fling at Old Father Swing, and votes from the cats on the Pan American Highway finally hit pay dirt. #1, Embraceable You. Tommy Dorsey's band with that fine vocalist Joe Stafford standing in the Aurora Borealis.
Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grows tipsy in me. Alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I love my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Mama do. My sweet embraceable you. The many charms about you. Above all, I love my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Mama do. My sweet embraceable you. My sweet embraceable
you. Well, gang, you got 'em. Be sure to pick your favorite song or tune today and see if you can whip up enough votes to land it on your favorite 4-tune parade. Send all votes and ballots to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, and good luck to you. This is Larrap and Lou Crosby reminding you that Sound Off's presented for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Dark fantasy. I am your brother.
Remember above everything, you must not forget it. The first appearance of bleeding, some days following operation, is of the utmost significance to the surgeon. There will almost invariably be a recurrence unless measures are taken to prevent it, and it will ultimately prove fatal. The vessels most commonly affected are the lingual, the facial, and the internal maxillary arteries, unless this offending vessel can be isolated. Mr. Briggs, it behooves me to pause in the middle of this lecture to remind you of one important thing. Apparently not important to you, but extremely important to me. I have been paid as high as $1,500 an hour for lecturing on the after treatment of surgical patients. I lecture here for the college medical class free of charge. I at least expect the courtesy of attention. I do not expect my students to tabulate their meager bank accounts while I am making every effort to instill some portion of physical knowledge into their thick-covered craniums.
I was making notes, Professor.
Apparently. Mentally, you were tabulating your money in the bank. Gentlemen, I regret that the lecture this morning will not be continued. Dismissed.
Julius, is the lecture over so soon?
Stupidity. Nothing but stupidity.
Stupidity, Julius?
Trying to teach those idiots the secrets of surgery is like trying to drill the Alzonian theory into a 2-year-old.
Sit down, Julius. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm simply exasperated.
What's come over you, Julius? You've suddenly become so cantankerous ever since the death of Stephen Hamlin.
I know, Carl, I know.
He was very close to you, wasn't he?
Close? I wonder if anyone knew how close. I wonder if anyone knew.
You've known him ever since he was a boy.
Yes, ever since he was a mere child.
I remember when he first came here to the university. He didn't impress me as all the others did. There was no eagerness about him to learn. He seemed to have no ambitions to learn. And yet his grades were the highest that have ever been made in the history of our institution.
Yes, just so.
It's a pity that he had to die.
Perhaps.
Julius, all of us naturally expected you to be quite shocked to hear Stephen Hamlin's passing, but you fooled us completely. Well, you didn't seem the least bit startled when we broke the news to you. No, you seemed almost glad.
Did I, Dr. Miller?
Yes, Dr. Simek.
Has the body been cremated?
Yes, this morning.
Were my directions carried out?
To the letter, Julius. The brain of Stephen Hamlin was removed. I myself mixed the solution you gave me. I submerged the brain into the solution and removed the air from the container.
Where is it now?
In my laboratory. It's a perfect specimen. The best developed human brain I've ever seen, Doctor.
Take me to it.
Now?
Yes, take me to it.
But haven't you another lecture, Julius?
Don't argue with me. Take me to your laboratory. Or must I go alone?
Why, of course, Julius. Of course. This way. I have the second solution at the boiling point for you. Just as you ordered, Dr. Simek.
Good, excellent.
Here, the brain.
Yes, just so. Most excellent work, Carl. Most excellent.
I'm glad you're satisfied. Do you wish to add the solution now?
It should be done, I believe. Stephen Hamlin's brain must be preserved. This is one sure way of doing it.
I must admit I don't know what your method is. Certainly, I've never heard of it before. I wouldn't think a solution like that would preserve anything.
It is a preservance no one has ever known of before.
Are you ready, Doctor?
Yes, quite ready.
Yeah. You can insert this glass funnel through the rubber stopper on the container. I'll do it, Doctor. There. Now.
You may extinguish the Bunsen burner, Dr. Miller. You want the second solution just below the boiling point.
Yes, very well. Is there anything I can do for you now?
No, nothing. Stand back now. About to add the hot solution to the other. There. Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Is it necessary to remove the air from the chamber again?
No, not now. Not now.
I'll replace the punctured rubber stopper with a new one.
Yes, do that, Dr. Miller.
Just a moment. Dr. Zemek.
Yes, Dr. Miller?
This brain. Look at it.
I have looked at it, Carl.
Julius, that brain. It's alive.
Does that amaze you?
Julius.
It's a beautiful specimen, isn't it?
Alive. It is actually alive.
Oh, yes, indeed. It always has been.
Julius, I'm an old man. I don't much relish your tricks.
This is no trick, Carl. I assure you. Why, that brain is displaying the normal reaction you've often witnessed in viewing a human brain by means of X-ray.
Yes, but this brain has no cranium. And the body. No body attached to it.
Yet it lives, Carl. It lives. Only Stephen Hamlin's brain could do that. Live after his death.
Oh, it's a trick. The solution. It must be the solution.
No, Carl. It is not the solution that causes the brain to live. I admit it could not live without the solution. Mere pickling would have destroyed it. But the solution will preserve the life, Carl. The life that has never left it.
Impossible. Utterly fantastic.
No, my dear Dr. Miller, not at all. Not at all fantastic, nor impossible.
But the brain cannot live outside the body.
The human brain, no. But Stephen Hamlin's brain can.
But, Doctor, Stephen was human.
Was he?
Wasn't he?
No one knew Stephen Hamlin as well as I did, Carl. No one. Not even his parents. Oh, they knew he was different, yes. They knew he wasn't just an ordinary person. But they had no idea how truly extraordinary he actually was.
I can't believe a human brain existing after the body has been cremated.
Perhaps, my good friend, if I were to tell you his story, you would see the reason why such a thing could happen.
Yes, perhaps.
Sit down, Carl, sit down. Look deeply into the mystery you see there before you. The living brain of dead and cremated Stephen Hamlin. It was a most extraordinary brain, Carl. Yes, most. To know the mystery behind it was to know Stephen Hamlin. I remember the first time I met him. A little place in Kansas, a small town called Emporia. Stephen was born there 37 years ago. I was 10 years old when I met him. He was 9. And yet he was crawling about from place to place on all fours, like a mere infant. He'd been examined by the best doctors in America, taken to New York, to the West Coast, everywhere for observation. And each examination brought the same verdict. Perfectly capable of walking, but apparently unable to do so. Probably because of some mental handicap. A good enough excuse. A good enough diagnosis. For the stupid. It may have been a mental handicap, yes. But if it's so, it was of Stephen Hamlin's own making. He had never spoken a word, uttered a single guttural sound in all those 9 years. He'd never smiled, never frowned, never cried. 9 long years crawling on hands and knees, never uttering a sound. And yet, his vocal cords were pronounced perfectly normal, completely developed. And yet he had never spoken. Never. That first day I met him, I was put in charge of him while our elders attended a ball game. It was the first day I really knew Stephen Hamlin. It was the first day anyone ever knew him. When we had been left alone, I went off to a corner of the room by myself. I turned my back to that crawling bulk of a lout there on the floor and chose a book to help while away the time until my uncle should return for me. And suddenly, after a brief passage of time, suddenly there was a hand upon my shoulder. I probably should have been startled. I knew Stephen and I were alone in the house. But I wasn't startled. Instead, I turned my head and looked slowly around behind me. Looked up into the wide, innocent, staring eyes of Stephen Hamlin. He was standing there beside my chair, gazing down on me. Yes, down. Yes, standing. Stephen Hamlin was standing. For a full minute our gazes met, confused. I was too startled, too amazed, too puzzled to speak. But after that long, burning minute, he spoke.
You don't like me, do you, Julius?
I was too bewildered to answer. Stephen Hamlin had not only completely astonished me by standing, walking, but he had actually spoken to me. And I knew he had never spoken a single word to a single living soul before in all his 9 years upon this earth. Yes, his walking, his talking completely mystified me. And yet there was something else. Something else. Yes, something besides mere walking. Something apart. Something far superior to mere talking. And then when he spoke again, I knew what it was.
I said, Julius, you don't like me, do you?
He talked with the voice of an adult. I was more speechless now than I'd ever been before. Stephen Hamlin, not only completely overwhelming me by a sudden and unheralded display of an ability to walk, but also causing my hair to stand on end by actually addressing me in perfect mannish English with the voice of an adult. After what seemed a compilation of eon upon eon, I found my voice. I've never had occasion to like you, I said.
Nor,
he said,
have you ever had an occasion to dislike me?
I admitted that was true. And then I said, why is it you never walked until now? Never talked? To which he replied,
I had no occasion to walk because there was no place interesting to which my walking could take me. And as for talking, so far I've never found anything interesting to talk about, or anyone of enough interest to talk to.
How long, I asked, have you been able to do both?
I have had the ability to walk and to talk,
he said,
ever since the day I was born.
After a while, we became acquainted. Long before the elders had returned joyously from watching their favorite ball club whitewash the visiting field, Stephen Hamlin and I were bosom pals. It was a friendship that was to exist
until death did us part. After that, Stephen Hamlin stood upright on both legs, spoke like any other human. Did I say human? Forgive me. The only difference was that his was a fully developed mind, a fully developed voice, but a highly underdeveloped anatomy. I remember one day when Stephen and I were playing together on the school ground. I remember I was practicing high jumping at the time. Stephen was watching me. And all of a sudden, he jumped to his feet from where he had been sitting and stood staring wide-eyed. Then quickly he raised both hands before his face as though to shut out an evil, horrible sight. Suddenly there was a noise in the air. The noise of wheels upon rails of steel, spinning, speeding, racing wheels. Clickety-clack, 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 screaming as they went. And at that very instant, Stephen covered his eyes with his hands as though to blot out some unspeakable terror. A terrible, terrifying, resounding crash. As though a million planetoids had collided in the stratosphere and come crashing down around us like pellets of falling hailstones. When I looked at Stephen, he had slumped to the ground. I rushed to him. My heart leaped within me. I raised Stephen into my arms as I threw myself down beside him. When he opened his eyes, he asked, quietly,
Was anyone saved? Anyone?
Saved? I frowned. Tell me, Stephen, what in the name of heaven happened? He was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled himself away from me, arose to his feet. He looked about him momentarily, on all sides, and then he spoke. Still softly.
There's been a terrible accident. A train has just left the rails and plunged headlong into a 100-foot gorge.
The next day, our newspaper headlines screamed the details of the most destructive and death-dealing train accident ever to happen in the city of Paris. Yes, in France. It had happened at the very moment Stephen had covered his face in terror, and we had heard that pounding, awesome crash. It was not until several years later, when we both entered Oxford College, that I saw Stephen Hamlin again. At first, he had avoided me, tried to pretend he didn't know me. But when I finally managed to get in a word with him and remind him of our first meeting, he told me he was glad to see me again. But he was extremely cold, almost insultingly reserved. And the very few times I saw him after that first day for the next year was between classes. He never partook in student activities. He never strolled the campus or climbed the cliffs or swam in the lake or enjoyed soccer or cricket with the rest of us. He was never seen with the rest of us. There were constant whispers about him and his strange, weird actions. Many whispers, most of them ugly and vicious and vile. It was 4 long years before I talked to Stephen Hamlin again. 4 years at Oxford. I heard those whispers about him all that time. I heard professors say he was the most amazing student of all times. Perfect grades in all subjects, a born doctor, a truly great scientist, a prospect for the world's greatest surgeon. And then, Stephen and I suddenly found ourselves to be classmates. Even then, I had difficulty in finding an opportunity to make speech with him. But after much effort, having exerted a great amount of patience, I finally cornered him. Oh, now, look here, Hamlin, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Dr. Simek?
Oh, please call me Julius, Stephen.
I think I want to talk to you, Julius.
Good, excellent, my dear fellow. Where shall we go?
My room should be as good a place as any. Suppose we go there.
All right, Stephen, that's perfectly right with me. So we went to his room. There were no books there, none. But there were a few sheets of composition paper and pen and ink. I picked up several of the closely written sheets. It was the most profound and complete and exquisitely worded treatise in diseases of the human brain I had ever read in all my life. I remarked to Stephen that it was odd that he could pen such a masterpiece and yet had no books whatsoever for reference. He didn't smile when he answered. He simply said,
I don't use books, Julius, because I don't need books. What I write, what I recite in my classes, comes not from anything I have ever read, not from anything I have ever been taught or have studied, but from somewhere deep within.
You mean you're fully aware of all these facts without having studied or read or heard about them?
Yes. You see, there is nothing I don't know. To me, the theories of the scientists and the theologians and the professors and the doctors are merely nothing more than the alphabet is to you. I have no interest in them whatsoever, save that they are convenient at times to know. And most of those profound theories, profound to you, understand, most of them are so terribly false, so astonishingly wrong and untrue and unsound, that they fail to interest me in the least.
Yes? Stephen Hamlin was the fount of all the world's most intellectual knowledge. Everything that all mankind had ever known, the secrets of science, of medicine, of astronomy, of surgery, and numbers and mechanics, and all the millions and millions of other subject matters, were all embedded there. There, deep in that superhuman, unbelievable brain of his. After our graduation from Oxford, after we came here to medical college to study surgery, Stephen and I grew closer and closer together. Never did he open a textbook. Never did he study or concentrate upon the lectures of Europe's most eminent and distinguished scholarly instructors. And yet, his grades, his papers, his recitations were perfect in every degree. And then one day, Stephen Hamlin told me his secret, poured forth his very soul at my feet, and threw himself at my mercy.
You think I'm odd. You call me different. You despised me the first day you met me because I didn't walk, didn't talk, despite my apparent ability to do so. Men everywhere have always shunned me. All my life I've been whispered about behind my back. All my life I've been lonely. My heart has been heavy with loneliness that no human words, no, not even those words I can summon may ever describe. I'm different, yes. To me, complete universal knowledge has always been more an instinct than an acquirement. All my days I have had nothing to acquire, nothing for which to exist, nothing save one thing. Ever since the day I was born, I have been looking for my brother.
Your brother, Stephen? I thought you were the only child.
I am. I don't mean my worldly flesh and blood brother. No, I mean something far greater than that, Julius. I've spent my life searching for my spiritual brother, as it were, and yet not altogether spiritual, no. You see, Julius, I am not of this race. It startles you, doesn't it? But it's nonetheless true. I was born 10,000 years too soon. Yes, at least 10,000 years. Something went wrong in the plan of things, some mix-up in regeneration, some grave calamity in the routine of creation. For my kind, my race, it's not to be born into this world until thousands upon thousands of years hence. How I came to be, I have no answer, but I am, and so I shall be, till my span is ebbed. I had the complete knowledge of your universe because, according to the plan of things to come, all that is knowledge here with you now will be merely common inborn knowledge for the race in the future that is to be mine. That's why I need no books. That's why I'm different. Because the things you know are as mere nothingness to me. And because the things I know are 10,000 years beyond your understanding. I've brought you here, Dr. Julius Simek, to announce to you the end of your civilization. I found the means of destroying it at one fell swoop. The sooner to bring about the appearance of my race, the better for the world. I've sought the world over for my brother, the one like me, one of my race. But now I'm certain there is none. That I am alone. I can foretell everything. I know everything that is to come. All save one thing. I do not know my destiny, my own individual end. I do not have the power to foresee that. or to foresee who will bring it about. And then he outlined to me the most devastating, the most terrible, the most death-rendering plan of all history for the dispellation of the present race from the face of the earth. Bitterly he outlined it, poison dripping viciously from his every word. It was so simply done, so quickly, so painlessly, that its very program rendered unto me a nausea that I found almost impossible to overcome. I argued with him, pleaded, begged, I reasoned, bullied, threatened. All to no avail. He had made his plans. He was determined that they should be carried out. If he were to be destroyed too, he did not know. He could not foresee his destruction, nor his destroyer. His destroyer. No. He didn't know what his own end upon earth was to be. He could foresee all future things, save his own destruction, save his own destroyer. His destroyer. Someone had to destroy him. Someone had to. Someone. He was still babbling about that wicked, wretched plan of his, outlining it like a madman. I looked about me, cautiously at first. Then, desperately, when I realized he had forgotten my existence, I groped for a solution to this terrible, impending calamity. And just then, Stephen opened a desk drawer, withdrew a small compass. I caught a glimpse of a small gun in that drawer. I could see, even at that distance, that the gun was loaded. He was still talking about his plan, still bewailing the fact that he alone on this earth had the power possessed within him, still decrying the fact that he had searched the world over for his brother. Not his flesh and blood brother, but a brother of his kind, his race. He knew that were there another soul of his kind alive on earth, that soul could foretell the end, the destruction of Stephen Hamlin. Suddenly he arose from his chair. He ordered me to come with him. He was about to work his havoc upon an unsuspecting world. And then desperately I acted. Quickly I yanked open the drawer of his study desk, took out the gun. I leveled it at his head. He stood terrified a moment. And then there was a pleading in his eyes. A pleading, not for his life, but a pleading to spare him the damage a ripping bullet would do to his masterly brain. And in that instant, in that final desperate second before he lunged at me in an effort to save his life, there was recognition. The flash of an age-old suspicion at last fulfilled. And as I lowered my gun to a level with his heart, I knew that the pain within my heart at that moment would never be removed. Like lightning, he made for me, speeding across the room, charging at me. I tried to stop him, tried to warn him, shouted at him. Keep back! No, keep back, Stephen! Keep back! He fell at my feet, kneeling, almost in supplication. He had not foreseen his end. He did not know. He could not know. For I was his brother.
Tonight's original tale of dark fantasy, I Am Your Brother, written and directed by Scott Bishop and originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Dr. Julius Semek, Blois Wright was Stephen Hamblin, and Muir Height played Dr. Carl Miller. Next Friday at this same time, the 30th original dark fantasy adventure, The Sleeping Death, created for you by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
CBS brings you the early morning reports of its correspondents at home and abroad for the news of the world on Thursday, June 4th. Today we shall call in London and Washington and attempt to get you a report direct by shortwave radio from Australia. In addition, Harry Marble will give you the latest developments from points not covered by our direct pickup. But first, here is the situation in brief. The entire West Coast is on the alert after the two raids yesterday on Dutch Harbor in Alaska. More submarine activity is reported from the Southwest Pacific. In China, Japanese forces are still on the offensive in Chekiang province and are close to the air base of Chuchao. And now for more news, we call in Columbia's correspondent abroad. Here is Harry Marble. Before calling in London, here are the latest developments in Russia. The Soviet communique issued at midnight Russian time reported the repulse of a new Nazi attack on the Kalinin sector northwest of Moscow, which is interpreted by correspondents in the Russian capital as a hint of a possible large-scale German offensive in this area. The official communique said merely that 200 of the enemy had been killed and 3 tanks destroyed. But other reports reaching London said that fierce fighting was still in progress on the Kalinin front. Farther to the west, around Leningrad, the Russians are believed to have improved their position. There are no fresh reports of fighting around Kharkov in the Ukraine or in the Crimea. Our first report, direct from overseas this morning, comes from the British capital. We take you now to London. CBS London. Charles Collingwood reporting. British commandos raided the coast of occupied France again last night. While their chief, Lord Louis Mountbatten, was in Washington, British Special Service troops, as they prefer to be called, jumped ashore in the Boulogne-le-Touquet area, 26 miles across the channel from the cliffs of Folkestone. The British are emphasizing that this raid was a minor affair. They went over to get information, and they came back with it. Valuable information, the communique says. There were only slight casualties among the British landing force. British fighters covered the operation and protected the return. While this was going on, a strong force of British bombers attacked the great German port of Bremen. The weather was good, and Bremen was heavily bombed. British fighters attacked enemy aerodromes and lay in wait for German bombers coming back from a small raid on a town in the south of England. These fighters, hovering over the German aerodromes, shot down 4 of the small German raiding force. A 5th was shot down over England. The British lost 10 bombers out of maybe 200 or 300 on the attack on Bremen, and they lost 2 of the fighters which were out during the night. This morning has brought no news of any spectacular development in the fighting in Libya. The fighting there is going on under nightmarish, surrealist conditions. The worst sandstorm that men can remember has covered the battle area with a blinding, gritty pall of dust and sand. Today's communique says that British tanks have taken a strong point about 6 miles west of Knightsbridge. They knocked out 14 active tanks doing it. The Free French down in Bir Hakeim, which include a battalion of the French Foreign Legion, have repulsed another active attack. Here in Britain, the outstanding domestic event is the announcement of the government's coal plan. This plan will be debated in the House of Commons next week, and it may well set off one of the most pyrotechnic debates of the war. Briefly, this is what the government coal plan provides. The government will take over the whole responsibility for the operation and output of the mines. This is what Britain's Labour Party has been pressing for ever since the coal problem became acute. On the other hand, the government's plan expressly disclaims any interference with the financial structure of the coal industry. In other words, the mine owners will still get the profits from the coal which is produced under government control. Now that's a concession to the conservatives and to the mine owners. You see the lines along which the conflict will develop. The government apparently intends to make this a matter of confidence. That is, it will stake its political life on the success of its plan. Now this present Parliament will not vote against the government on matters of strategy or war conduct, but on domestic issues it will take and has taken a strong stand. Something like this coal issue, which brings out into the open the basic differences between conservatives and socialist, and the Labor Party is theoretically a socialist party, this coal issue is the sort of thing on which the government might be outvoted. That was London. Next, across the Southwest Pacific. After a brief pause, we take you to Australia. This is CBS calling Australia. Go ahead, Australia. This is CBS calling Australia. Go ahead, Australia. We regret that we cannot make contact with our correspondent in Australia. We return you now to Columbia in New York. And here in CBS World News headquarters in New York are the latest Press Association dispatches from Australia and the Southwest Pacific. Word comes from Melbourne that Japan, opening submarine warfare on the vital sea lane between Australia and the United States, has sunk an Allied ship, General Douglas MacArthur announced today, but he countered with the news that an Allied submarine had sunk 2 enemy supply ships and a 6,000-ton troop transport. MacArthur gave no details of the Allied submarine success. The Japanese submarines, opening a direct campaign against the vital steamship lanes off the southeast Australian coast, attacked 2 small cargo ships 35 miles east of Sydney, where midget submarines penetrated Sydney Harbor Sunday night, and attacked a 3rd ship 225 miles south of Sydney. A second communique said that one of the ships was sunk, but the others escaped undamaged. Prime Minister John Curtin told the Parliament at Canberra at the same time that 4 midget submarines entered Sydney Harbor in the Sunday night attack, and all 4 had been sunk. Only one, he said, was able to make an attack, and it sank a small harbor depot ship, a former ferry boat. The ship attacked 225 miles south of Sydney was off the southeast corner of the Australian coast, the area where nearly all of the population of the continent is centered, and on the direct shipping lane to Melbourne. Melbourne lies 330 airline miles to the west on the south coast. Every Australian realized that the attack meant the war had been brought a long step toward the heart of Australia. It seemed certain that the midget submarines which attacked Sydney Sunday, if only to prove the strength of its defenses, had been launched from a mother ship which lay perhaps 200 miles off the coast. Now from Chongqing, we hear that reinforced Japanese troops, supported by intense artillery and aerial bombardment, converged on Chusien from 3 directions today. Front dispatches conceded that the Chinese position was increasingly grave. Only 700 miles west of Japan, Chusien is the site of a key eastern China airfield and an important rail center on the Zhejiang Sea line. From the vicinity of captured Jinhua, Zhejiang province capital, the Japanese were sending reinforcements northwestward and westward to supplement units already menacing Chusien's outskirts. A Chongqing communique said the offensive was renewed yesterday morning, and the Chinese garrison was fiercely resisting. That is the news from Australia and from China. Now for the latest developments and news from our own nation's capital, we take you to Washington. CBS Washington, John Purcell reporting. The Pacific coast of North America, from Alaska to the Panama Canal, is on the lookout today for further Japanese attacks against this continent. As you know, Jap bombers and fighters twice raided the naval base at Dutch Harbor yesterday. Whether these raids constitute a reprisal attack for the humiliating bombing of Tokyo, or for 10 more severe blows, is a matter for speculation. But at any rate, military authorities are taking no chances. All leaves have been canceled in the Panama Canal zone. The Western Defense Command has asked the public to report any Japanese in American Army uniforms and to assume that they might be fifth columnists. All radios along the coast from Mexico to Canada and throughout British Columbia were silenced last night. There was nothing surprising about yesterday's raids. They were sudden, and perhaps that had a startling effect. But the President and Secretary of War Simpson had predicted that Alaska would be bombed from the air. The first raid did little damage, a few casualties, and some warehouses set on fire. We have no details of the second attack, but probably we'll have additional reports later in the day. Apparently, the Japs did not escape with a whole skin. We Referring to what he called the anticipated air raid, Governor Gruning of Alaska reported, our Army and Navy are rendering an excellent account of themselves. And in Seattle, Washington, Rear Admiral Freeman said after the first raid that this attack was not a surprise and the station was prepared to meet it. There is considerable speculation here in military circles as to the Jap motives behind their aerial assault. Some believe that they were in reprisal for the bombing of Tokyo. Others say that the Japs may be testing our Alaskan defenses, preparatory to an attack against the American continent. With the Southwest Pacific area comparatively quiet, the Japs may be shifting their campaign to the north and possibly strike a two-pronged blow at Russian Siberia and the Aleutian Islands. Or perhaps the enemy was attempting to knock out bases from which this country could raid Tokyo. At any rate, the sweeping curve of Aleutian Islands hangs like the sword of Damocles over the jittery Japanese mainland. And in the fall of 1940, when the Pacific situation was becoming ominous, the United States rushed preparations to strengthen the island chain. If the Japs intend to launch a major campaign, they have almost 2 months of good flying weather. Summer fogs regularly blanket the islands in late July and August. Against this background, plans are being sped here in the capital to double the size of the United States fleet by more than 500 fighting ships. The House Naval Affairs Committee is considering an $8 billion program to double the size of the fleet. It calls for the construction of 500,000 tons of aircraft carriers, the same tonnage for light and heavy cruisers, 900,000 tons of destroyers, and 800 smaller craft for patrol duty. No provisions are made for battleships. The emphasis is on plane carriers and fast fighting ships. This is John Purcell in Washington, returning you to CBS in New York. The official German news agency, as well as the BC news agency, Hava, reported today that Reinhard Heydrich, number 2 leader of the Gestapo, died in Czechoslovakia as the result of a bullet wound inflicted by assassins in Prague 8 days ago. At the same time, it was reported in London today that the Gestapo has now executed a total of 202 Czechs in reprisal for the attack on Heydrich. The Prague radio said that 25 more hostages were put to death yesterday in the capital and at Brünn. Heydrich, who was deputy behind Himmler in the Gestapo and also had the title of protector of Bohemia and Moravia, or Czechoslovakia, was known to Europe's oppressed millions as a hangman. He was 38 years old, a blonde German with a cruel, straight-lipped mouth. Even before his assassination, if the German report of his death is true, Heydrich was earmarked by the British for post-war punishment because of the way in which he had executed men and women in the German-held nations of Europe. A significant development is reported this morning from Vichy, France, where Chief of Government Laval is said to have placed the National Gendarmerie or Police Force under his own direction, thus removing it from the jurisdiction of Admiral Darlan. This is number 4.
It was only a few short hours ago that we docked our battered ship at the Philadelphia Navy Yard and were honored by a visit from Admiral King. I'm still trying to get myself adjusted to the unaccustomed feeling of peace and security which comes after such a battle. We licked the Japs in a major slugging match between surface ships, and though it would be almost impossible for me to give a complete description of the battle, these are a few of the impressions which I'll never forget. I remember the tenseness preceding action, waiting for the range to close, the captain in huddle with other officers, and then saying, "Ready, Bill? Ready, John? Let her go." I remember the sheets of flame which came up and almost blinded us from our guns, filled the sky before our eyes, and then the shells as they started on their way. Fireworks more spectacular than any 4th of July. Pinpoints of red winging their way toward the target in a cluster, then to burst on the target in geysers of flame and smoke. The first target left a distinct impression. As the salvo hit the cruiser, she seemed to disintegrate on the spot in a sheet of flame and go down by the bow with her screws still turning. There was only a pall of smoke where she had been before. The other targets were almost the same. In those crowded minutes, we shifted fire rapidly from one target to another with hardly a pause between salvos. I can remember the captain standing there in that indescribable noise and confusion, always the complete master of the situation, coolly shifting fire to engage each target as it appeared. The first touch of realism for myself occurred when a direct hit on the captain's cabin below sent up a sheet of flame before my eyes. Other reports from all over the ship indicated that missiles were falling both short of us and over. It was a ghostly feeling to realize those shells would probably soon find their mark. But a moment of doubt for all of us, most of us anyhow, praying the magazines would blow up. And then the captain stepped up and looked down and said, "Hell, we're all right." That was the turning point for most of us. The confidence returned to...
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim is based on the characters to be found in the full-color action pictures of the same name, which appear every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. It's a high spot in the family's Sunday reading. It's amusing and entertaining. The best, the top-rate cartoonists and artists contribute to the Comic Weekly. And you'll find such popular favorites as Bringing Up Father, Skippy, Donald Duck, Popeye, The Lone Ranger, Flash Gordon, and a host of others. All in full color. All to be found in the Comic Weekly, which comes with the many great Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. Don't miss it this Sunday. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim and his faithful servant Kolu have discovered that the so-called quiet and peaceful college town of Knowlton is not the place to find peace and quiet. And Jim and Kolu are heading back for the big city, where, as Kolu says, find more quiet in subway train and boiler factory. It is about 11 o'clock at night and raining as we begin our story.
Well, this hardly looks like a main road, Kolu. And a wild country around here.
Look, Tuan Jim. Sign up ahead.
Well, slow down. Let's have a look at it.
There, see? In headlights, sign say, Granton, 20 miles.
Guess you're right after all, Kolu. This road still looks strange to me. Can't remember ever coming this way before.
Wait. Car coming, Tuan Jim. We stop them. Ask to make sure.
I'll do it, Kolu. Coming pretty fast. Hello there!
They not stop.
I guess they were afraid to at this time of night on a lonely country road.
What we do now, Tuan Jim?
They must be heading for Grenton too, Kolu. This road is good enough for them. Well, it's good enough for us. Let's go on. Say, that's funny.
What funny, Tuan Jim?
That car that just passed us. It's disappeared.
Maybe it turned, bend in road.
But the road is as straight as a die.
Yes, you right, Tuan Jim.
I wonder where they went. Kolu, stop. Stop the car.
What's wrong, Tuan Jim?
Plenty. The road ends just about 50 feet ahead. It goes over that cliff.
Tuan Jim, that other car.
I was just thinking of that myself, Kolu. Come on.
You think they go over the cliff?
Looks like it, Kolu.
Wait. Stop, Tuan Jim. This is edge.
Can you see anything below there, Kolu?
No. Too dark.
There, I see the car. Huh? It's down below. Let's go.
People dead in that car after the big fall.
Maybe, Kolu. But we're going down and see. That's peculiar. There's only one person in the car, a woman. I could have sworn that there was a man driving.
Maybe men fall out when car go over the cliff.
Oh, the doors of the car all closed. Well, let's get the woman out of the wreck.
Yes. Tuan Jim, the woman.
Yes. Yes, Kolu. She's dead.
What are we going to do, Tuan Jim?
We're going to get the police, Kolu. There's something mighty peculiar about this whole affair. Not a trace of the man who was driving the car.
Tuan Jim, see light? Over there.
It's a house. Off the road about 100 yards. Turn in the driveway, Kolu.
I not see light when we go by here before, Tuan Jim.
Neither did I.
Everything this night happened funny.
And it's not so funny, Kolu. Pull up in front of the house. Say, the light just went out in the house.
What do you want?
Well, I'm sorry to disturb you,
Sorry. What do you mean by pounding at a person's door at this time of the night?
but there's been an accident, madam. And I'd like to use your phone to call the police.
Accident. Call the police. Well, you can't do it.
She not want company.
Well, she's going to have company, whether she wants it or not.
Good evening. Won't you come in?
Oh,
yes, I know. There's been a wreck and you want to call the police. Amelia told me.
Well, all we want to do is call the police. We'll leave immediately.
Come in. You'll catch your death of cold standing there in the rain.
Come on, Colo.
Yes, to Jim.
My name is Bradley. James Bradley. And this is Colo, my manservant.
How do you do? I'm Jonathan Carrera.
Not Dr. Correll, the famous biologist.
Well, not so famous anymore, Mr. Bradley. You see, I've been rather out of things for the last 5 or 6 years.
You'll regret this, Doctor. You'll regret letting them come in here.
Amelia, that's enough. Now, Mr. Bradley.
May I use your phone right away, Dr. Correll? I must phone the police about that accident.
I'm afraid that's quite impossible, Mr. Bradley.
Impossible?
At least till tomorrow morning. You see, the storm has disrupted communications. The phone is dead.
I see. Well, thank you anyway, Doctor. Come on, Colo.
You're not going.
We must. You see, Doctor, this isn't just an ordinary accident.
No?
No. I think that the signposts on the road were deliberately tampered with and changed to cause that car to go over the cliff.
Good Lord, why?
I don't know, Doctor. But I'm going to find out.
Oh, I can hardly believe that, Mr. Bradley. But even if it's true, don't you think it would be better to wait till morning, till it's light out?
But,
My nearest neighbor lives several miles from here. And like as not, his telephone is dead, too.
That's very
As
true.
for the woman in the wrecked car, well, nothing can bother her now. It isn't as though she were injured and had to receive medical attention.
Well, you win, Doctor. We'll stay.
Good. You may use this room. There's a sofa and a lounge that are very comfortable.
Oh, don't bother, Doctor. I don't believe either Colo or I will want to go to bed.
As you say, Mr. Bradley. Amelia.
Yes, Doctor.
Bring Mr. Bradley and... what did you say his name was?
Colo.
Oh, yes, Cola. A pitcher of milk and some of that fine cake you baked today.
Oh, please, Doctor. We're not hungry.
When you taste Amelia's cake, you will be. She's an excellent cook.
I baked that cake for you, Doctor.
Amelia, you must learn to be more hospitable. Now, get the milk and the cake.
Very well.
Don't let us keep you awake, Doctor. We'll be all right.
Oh, I wasn't asleep when you came, Mr. Bradley.
Oh, you weren't?
Oh, no. I was working in my laboratory on some new experiments.
Well, if you would like to go back to them, Doctor...
Frankly, I would. As much as I've enjoyed this little interruption, I must get back to my work. So if you'll excuse me...
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. You mustn't mind Amelia. She's really very good at heart. Good night.
Good night.
He's a nice man, the doctor.
Yes, Colo, and quite a famous one. Well, this is better than spending the night in the rain, isn't it?
What time is it, Amelia?
Nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, Doctor.
Good. The drug you placed in the milk is a time to take effect on them.
I followed your instructions, Doctor, and put 10 cc in the quart of milk.
It's just enough. Any more, and they'd be dead. Just enough for our purposes. Well, let's begin. Get the operating table ready in the laboratory.
Yes, Doctor, I've already done so.
And let's bring them in.
I'll bring the cart. They're too heavy for us to carry.
You think of everything, Amelia. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Unlock the door, Doctor.
Yes, of course.
You see, Doctor, the pitcher's empty. They've drunk the milk.
Look at them. Sleeping the sleep of the innocent and just. Too bad they'll never awaken from that sleep. Now to get them on the cart. Give me a hand, Amelia.
Yeah.
Now, let's slip together. The servant Colo first. There. He's Bigfoot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now for Mr. Bradley. There they are. Open the door to the laboratory, Amelia. And you wanted to send them away, Amelia. Their coming here was a stroke of good fortune. Now I can test my elixir of life. The acid test, one might say.
I was afraid when they came to the door. I thought perhaps they'd discovered who'd fixed the signs to cause the accident.
How could they know? Yes, now I can do it. What I've planned for so many years. They called me mad, did they? Said I couldn't restore the dead to life. They shall see. They shall see. Amelia.
Yes, Doctor.
The body of the man we took from the wrecked car ready?
It's ready, Doctor.
Good. Ah, my dear Mr. Bradley, there is only one little thing we'll want from you. It's a very important thing, however. A small gland that rests between the lobes of your brain. The pituitary. We'll transplant that into the brain of our poor accident victim.
That's all for you, Dr. Corral.
Huh? They're awake, Amelia.
Get her, Colo. Don't let her get away.
I get her. I got her, too, on Jim. I hold her mouth closed.
Good. Now, Doctor.
Stopped. Halted. My work will never be finished now.
Your work should never have begun, Dr. Corral. You were tampering with something that man has no right to meddle in.
We be in city soon now.
I suppose so.
Doctor, he bad man.
Not bad, Colo. Just warped. He believed he was doing something for civilization.
Colo still think he bad man. Try to kill us. Tuan Jim, how you know milk not good to drink, huh?
Well, Dr. Corral made me suspicious when he spoke of the woman in the wreck before I even told him about it.
Oh.
Then when I tasted the milk, it didn't seem quite right to me.
Then you say, Colo, spill milk out in fire. Make doctor think we drink it.
That's right.
And you say he not bad man, eh?
Colo, his mind, properly balanced and directed, might have done great things.
Colo still say he bad man.
Okay, Colo. Have it your way.
Listen in next week for another exciting adventure of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow other adventures of Jungle Jim every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. Pages and pages of comics and action pictures in full color, containing the work of the world's best cartoonists and artists. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million children who look forward every Sunday to the Comic Weekly. Remember, it comes to you with your Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. Don't miss it.
The Treasury Star Parade.
Buy another bond for Uncle Sam. Buy another bond for Uncle Sam. Victory is on the way. Invest your dollars every day. Americans must be free. Wherever we may roam, let's keep America our home, sweet home.
The Treasury Star Parade presents one of America's outstanding conductors of one of the nation's best-known and most popular bands, Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians.
Buy another bond for Uncle Sam, for Uncle Sam.
This is Fred Waring. The orchestra plays the Arkansas Traveler. Donna Day and the Glee Club sing the lullaby of 1942. Good night, Captain Curlyhead.
Good night, Captain Curlyhead of the High Chair Brigade. Orders are to go to bed, and they must be obeyed all night. Captain Curlyhead in the bright starry blue. Angels are on sentry duty, watching over you. So kneel beside me, Sonny, and say your little prayer, the one we say for Daddy, the prayer for over there. Be brave, little soldier man, let him know we're not afraid. Good night, Captain Curlyhead of the High Chair Brigade. Good night, Captain Curlyhead of the High Chair Brigade.
Hey, we must be vigilant, must be diligent, American patrol. For the Army, ships, for the Navy, let this be our goal.
We must be vigilant, we must be diligent, American patrol.
Protect the shoreline to the doorline of every native soul.
America calls.
We must have unity.
No time to lose.
United we fall.
All for all.
It's the opportunity
No time to lose.
to keep freedom for all. Behind this cause we must keep rallying. Let there be no dilly-dallying.
Let's have no shilly-shallying.
Hark to your country's call on the land.
Come on, dig in.
In the air.
We won't give in.
On the sea.
We gotta win.
And everywhere.
Take it on the chin.
Oh, we must be vigilant. We must be
vigilant.
American patrol.
With planes.
For the Army.
Planes.
For the Navy. Always in control.
We must be vigilant, we must be diligent, American patrol.
In each
On
direction.
land, on sea, and air.
To everyone. Till the battle is won.
you just heard We Must Be Vigilant, and Donna Day, Patsy Garrett, and the gang. Now the Glee Club sings Sleepy Lagoon.
Fireflies gleam, reflect in the stream to sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the ripples with deep in a sound as nightingales tell of roses and the memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon.
This is Fred Waring again. We're all Americans. We're proud of being Americans, and we're proud of our country. But do you really know what the word America means? It means that you, all of us, the people, own and govern this land, make its laws and decide its policies. In most of the other nations which are at war today, the money that must be raised to carry on war is being taken from the people, and they don't get it back the way we get it back, our war bond money. Sure, America is different. We are a democracy, and because we are a democracy, our government has left the problem up to us. Our government now has issued the War Bond Quota Call, a voluntary call to every true American to lend at least 10% of his income by buying war bonds and stamps every week or payday. We are Americans. Our government has left it up to us. Are you meeting your quota? Remember, every dollar we invest in war savings bonds, we are investing in our own future security and the security of our country. Say to yourself, these are mine, my own United States. This is my country, and it's worth fighting for. Then let's all start fighting by buying more United States war savings bonds and stamps, at least 10% of our incomes. This is our country. Keep it ours.
For this is my country to have and to
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this transcribed performance. Mr. Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians, and this station for its facilities. This is Bill Bivens speaking.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Here we go again, men, with Command Performance, Hollywood's own merry-go-round of stars with a brass ring at every turn. So take a run and jump, fellas, and hop on here beside the master of ceremonies hundreds of you have asked for. Here he is, fresh from a tour of training camps here at home, America's #1 box office attraction, Mickey Rooney.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and salutations to Uncle Sam's armed forces everywhere. Tonight, Command Performance greets you from California, where we've postponed our argument with the Florida sun until you guys have settled your argument with the rising sun. California, where people who used to complain about a little do are now bragging about a little do little. So clear the tracks and hang on to your GI hats, for here comes the Hollywood Platinum Streamliner on her second trip to the Command Performance. And, brother, from locomotive to caboose, it's first-class fare. Here she is, Miss Betty Hutton. Take it.
Finally found a fella, almost completely divine, but his vocabulary is killing this romance of mine. We get into an intimate situation, and then begins this Romeo's conversation. He says murder, he says, every time we kiss. He says murder, he says, at a time like this. He says murder, he says, is it the language of love? He says solid, he says, takes me in his arms and says solid, he says, meaning all my charms. He says solid, he says, is it the language of love? He says chick, chick, you torture me, zoot, are we living? I'm thinking of leaving him flat. He says dig, dig, the jump the old tigger is given. Now he can talk plainer than that. He says murder, he says, every time we kiss. He says murder, he says, keep it up like this and that. Murder, he says, ain't that a possible tune? Will bring on nobody's murder but his own. He says Jackson, he says, and my name's Marie. He says Jackson, he says, shahoot the snoot to me. He says Jackson, he says, is it the language of love? He says woof woof, he says, when he likes my hat. He says, what the heck is that? He says woof woof, he says, is it the language of love? He says hep hep with helium. Now babe, we're cooking, and other expressions to it. He says we're into grooving, dig grooves, good looking. He sounds like his uppers don't fit. He says murder! He says murder! And the way he says murder, isn't that a possible tune? I've told him over and over and over again that it'll be nobody else's murder but his own.
Thank you, Betty Hutton. Now here's a letter written on USO stationery and dated May 13th at Pearl Harbor.
Dear Command Performance, the funniest bird you've had on our program so far was a robin, last name Burns. We don't want to sound piggish, but Bob Burns is our dish, and we're all set for a second helping. Signed, Private First Class, RVB.
Well, Private RVB, and all you others who have placed the request, here's your man, the fellow who left his folks in the state of Arkansas and now leaves his audiences in a state of hysterics. Bob Burns, yeah!
Well, thank you, Mickey, and I want to thank all you fighting men for inviting me back here on this show. You know, this show is so big that only Uncle Sam could sponsor it. And I had my bazooka tonight. I had it all polished up and all the kinks out of it to play it in honor of this occasion. But when I heard that two of the biggest and the finest actors in show business were going to be on this show, I asked the War Department to let me work with them. Now, it's kind of hard for any of us to realize how long these two men have been visiting us over our radios. But, you know, this is their 14th anniversary. And I want you to help me now give a royal welcome to Amos and Andy. Come out, boys.
Well, thank you, Robin, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, now, wait a minute here, Mr. Gordon. That's not the voice we all know so well.
Oh, excuse me, Bob. I guess I better get way up there where Amos talks. How's that, Mr. Burns?
Well, that's better, Amos. Now, how about a word from your partner here, Mr. Correll?
Well, I'm delighted to be here, Robin. Or as Andy would say, I was pleased to make your acquaintance.
That's the kind of talk we want to hear, ain't it? Good. Yes, sir, but now, you should have seen me in vaudeville, boys. You see, I do a dialect.
Yes, I've been noticing that, here. I ain't never heard nothing like it.
Yeah, let's hear your natural voice.
Yeah, but...
you see, the only trouble with this dialect you doing, well, nobody would really talk that way.
Well, now, just a minute now, fellas. I ain't doing a dialect yet. This is my natural voice I'm using.
Yeah, well, excuse me for protruding. Something whisked past me there. What was that you say?
I've been trying to tell you, I've been talking in my natural voice.
You is?
I've been trying to tell you about a dialect I did way back before vaudeville died.
You didn't kill it, did you, Mr. Burns?
No, but I will say I was one of the pallbearers. But what I was getting at, boys, is, it must be kind of hard for just the two of you to do all those dialects, those different voices you do.
Oh, it ain't much trouble.
No, you see, Mr. Burns, in case Lightning is talking like this, and then we change to Fluky Harris, I'm liable to end up like Brother Crawford and tell you that my wife is very unhappy, and I won't stand for it.
Well, folks, this just goes to prove that one's a crowd. But now, boys, as I was saying, when I was in vaudeville,
Well, Mr. Burns, most of the time I just talk like Andy.
Except when I go out in society and get very charming as Henry Van Porter.
But, there ain't many of us can still do that, I guess. Huh?
Of course, once in a while, Miss Burns, we do run into a little trouble. You remember, Andy, that time that I was showing you and the Kingfish and Lightning some buck and wing steps on the radio?
Yeah.
And I danced for about 30 or 40 seconds, and when that was over, we had a little trouble.
Yeah, Amos, he was kind of out of breath dancing, and the Kingfish and Lightning couldn't talk for a minute and a half.
That reminds me now. Here it is, your 14th anniversary, and we haven't heard the Kingfish tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, that Kingfish, he been giving us some trouble here lately.
Oh, yeah, we had to leave him behind. I reckon he's sitting over at the Mystic Nights at the Sea Lodge Hall right now.
Yeah, we've been having trouble with him about his salary.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now, you mean you pay the Kingfish his salary?
Yeah, but he ain't satisfied with what he getting.
You ain't, huh?
No.
Well, now, listen, boys. Now, get back to your real selves a minute. Now, I want to talk some business with you.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Burns, I'll slide back to my own voice here. What's on your mind, Bob?
Yeah, proceed with everything. If you want to talk business, go right ahead, Bob.
Well, you see, here's what I was thinking of. When I was in vaudeville, I used to do a blackface dialect, two different voices. One of my voices was just like the Kingfish.
You don't say.
Yes, sir, just exactly like the Kingfish. Now, if you're having trouble with the Kingfish over salary, well, I got a little time on my hands right now.
Well, say, Bob, you don't mean to say that you're willing to play the Kingfish for us?
Why not?
Well, how about salary?
I don't know what you pay the Kingfish, but I'll do it for half.
That settles it. Let's fire him right now.
Here's the phone, Charlie. You talk to him.
Yeah. Let me get that bum on the phone. He's been holding us up long enough.
Now, when I'm playing the Kingfish, you see, I could throw in some jokes.
Yeah.
Mr. Nice of the Kingfish speaking.
Kingfish, this is Mr. Corral.
Oh, hello there, tight pockets.
So you don't think we've been paying you enough money, huh?
Say, listen, Mr. Corral, it's incomes like mine that's keeping Mr. Morgenthau awake nights.
Is that so? Where could you get another job at the money you're paying you now?
Well, Rochester can't live forever, you know.
Well, start looking for a better job, because you're through with us.
How's that again?
I say you're through with us. We've got Bob Burns to take your place.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mr. Corral, wait a minute. Look here, you can forget about the rails. Oh, you know I was just kidding you, Mr. Corral.
It's too late, Kingfish, too late. We're with Bob Burns now on the show here, and it's all settled.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mr. Corral. Maybe I could take a little cut here from what I'm getting from you.
No, Kingfish, sorry, but you're through. Well, that's settled.
Yes, Bob, from now on, you're the Kingfish.
You'll never regret this, boys. It's a great character.
Now, Bob, how about running through a little scene with us?
Yeah, we'll ad-lib some lines as Amos and Andy, and you be the Kingfish.
All right, boys, I can hardly wait to show you this. I've been practicing on the Kingfish. You're going to be surprised. You're going to swear it's the Kingfish talking.
All right, now I'll tell you, Bob, as the scene opens, Amos and Andy are sitting in the office. And you walk in and I say to you as Amos, I say,
Well, hello there, Kingfish. How is you?
Yeah, come in, Kingfish.
Hello there. No, wait a minute. Hello there, Andy. No. Hello there, Andy. No, doggone it. Now, wait a minute. Don't go. I had it this morning. Hey, hello there, Amos. Doggone it. This morning, I'm telling you, I was doing it so good that my cook tried to join the lodge.
Yes.
Hello there, boys.
Hold it. Hold it just a minute, Bob. I'll get that phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Corral, this is the Kingfish speaking. I've been listening to Mr. Burns doing me on the radio.
Oh, yes. How do you like him?
Confidentially, Mr. Corral, if you boys wish to have another anniversary, you got to start paying me more money.
Now here's a letter from Private First Class PLJ. At the bottom of the letter, there's a notation by the censor as follows. If organization is named, do not specify location. So we'll just say that PLJ is in the 10th Infantry, somewhere out there. Here's his letter.
Dear Command Performance, when I used to live in Pasadena, my hobby was television. And my favorite performer was the First Lady of Television, Betty Rhodes. I'd be mighty grateful if you'd have her come on and sing a song just for me.
Well, PLJ, here she is, the singing sensation of the picture The Fleet's In, your favorite star, lovely Betty Rhodes.
Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Won't you tell me where my love can be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring, where my heart can go a-journeying over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Won't you tell me where my love can be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring, where my heart can go a-journeying over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music of the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there?
very much, Betty Rose. And an orchid to Mr. Billy Arts, who is conducting Local 47's Command Performance Orchestra tonight. Now, in response to letters from Rip, Brick, and Chud, 3 staff sergeants at Franceville Canal Zone, and the many other fighting men throughout the world who have asked to hear this distinguished gentleman, I bring you a man who introduces himself by saying...
How do you do?
Why...
My people.
Why, it's Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian. Why, Russian. And with him to keep him on the beam and off of the chandelier is his playmate of the networks, Harry Von Zell.
Thank you very much, Mickey.
Why, you're welcome, Harry. The Kremlin crumb is yours.
Thank you, macaroni.
Now, Russian, please.
Where did macaroni go?
Now, Russian, are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
All right. Now, before anything happens here, let me say that we've got to be serious here tonight.
Yes, of course.
Now, according to the program here, it says you're going to deliver a lecture to the doctors of the United States Army. Can that be right?
That is correct. I will have you know, when I was a chief sturgeon...
No, Russian, you don't mean sturgeon. You mean surgeon.
Oh.
Yes, a sturgeon is a big fat herring that hangs around a delicatessen store.
You leave my wife out of this. Tonight I am going to lecture on surgical technique to the United States Medical Corps.
No. Now, excuse me. The word is corps, not corpse.
Did you ever see me operate?
No.
The word is corpse.
Now, listen, Russian, please cut that out and get on with the lecture. Now, what is your subject?
The subject. The subject of my lecture is how the Mad Russian takes out a man's appendix using a diffractive scalpel, an obsolete anesthesia, and a pantomimic serotherapy.
Yes. Well, what happened?
Shouldn't happen to a dog.
Now, Russian, I repeat, you have got to be sensible tonight. After all, this program is being heard all over the world by the fellows in Alaska, Australia, Trinidad, Sumatra.
Sumatra. What's Sumatra, baby?
Now, Russian,
yes?
You're becoming ridiculous.
Don't say that.
Well, you are. I don't believe that you know anything at all about anatomical complexity.
Silly boy. From the time I was a little kiddie, I wanted to be a great sturgeon. Every day I am taking finger exercises to make my hands skillful. Finally, my hands are so delicate, so sensitive to the touch.
Yes?
I became a pickpocket.
All right, now let's get back to this Russian. If you really are a doctor...
Yes?
Let me hear you repeat the Hippocrates Oath.
Not me. You think I'm a hypocrite?
Listen, all right, Russian, I'll give up. If you've really got a speech to make, you go ahead and make it.
Very well. My dear doctors,
yes.
Let me state that it is not unusual in the human monotony to come across a case of double endocarditis.
What's that?
2 hearts.
4 spades.
Pass the cards. I'm dealing.
This Russian, get back to the heart, huh?
Why not?
Yes, all right. Now, what do you know about angina pectoris?
Angina pancake? No. Very good with syrup.
Now, listen, please, get back to the subject and stay there, Russian. You're supposed to talk about medicine.
Very well.
Well, all right.
You see, in the bloodstream of the human being, there are 2 different kinds of corporals. One is the red corporals, and the other is the white corporals. Now, the red corporals are not getting along with the white corporals. And vice versa.
Vice versa?
Or Venus. Therefore causing dissension.
Yes.
By that I mean,
yes.
They are continually fighting. Oh. And what are they fighting for?
I don't know.
Shall I tell her? They are fighting for supremacy. They are fighting and fighting and fighting. It's a terrible battle.
Who is winning?
What am I, a scorekeeper?
Russian, you constantly amaze me, really you do. Beneath that layer of Munchausen prevarication, you have an irrepressible ebullience. Or, as the French say, you have about you that air of je ne sais quoi.
How dare you? How do you like that? You don't smell so good yourself.
In addition, Russian, before you leave, I want you to understand this perfectly. You haven't fooled anybody here at all. We all know that you're no doctor.
Then how come last year, at the height of my career, when from coast to coast I was the toast, across the country I hijacked a driver...
Hijacked?
Yes. A driver gave me a lift. A few miles further on, he suddenly slumped over the wheel.
Oh, cardiac?
No, Cadillac. It was imperative that I should operate immediately.
Yes.
But it was pitch dark.
It's dark.
In the scant illumination from the headlights, I am operating.
And what did you remove?
His wallet, the radio, and all four tires.
Now, there is some story. I don't believe that you operated
But
on the man.
I did. The nurse handed me one instrument after another.
Did you fluoroscope the
I
patient?
fluoroscoped them, I hyperscoped them, I gyroscoped them, and finally, I got the solution.
Well, what did you take out?
The nurse,
That's all. Go away.
That was Swellbird Gordon, and thanks to Harry Von Zell for his assistance. Now, as the Yardbird said his first night on sentry duty, halt! Look who's here! It's Harry James and his music makers, called back to command performance by a flock of requests from wherever this program is heard. And man, that's everywhere. One letter especially from Private VLP on a sandpile somewhere in the Pacific says, have Harry James blow that trumpet again, and we will promise to blow the Japs to, well, Harry, how's about it?
Well, it's a pleasure, Mickey. The fellas and I would like to salute the greatest fighting men in the world with an in-person presentation of our best-selling record, Sleepy Lagoon.
you, Harry James, your trumpet and company. Now, here's a letter from two Marines located somewhere in the far-flung theater.
Mickey. All you're doing tonight is introducing other people. How about doing something yourself? Mickey Rooney.
Well,
all right,
Paul,
everybody knows you're a terrific impersonator, Mick. Now, why don't you give us some of your famous impressions of Hollywood celebrities?
Well, okay, Paul, you asked for it. I'll try a whole crowd, if I may. I'd like to take you on a little mythical trip to Madison Square Garden in the heart of New York City, where we'll hear the 15-round main event between champion Joe Louis and the contender for the title, Johnny Paycheck. All right, take it away, Madison Square Garden. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at Madison Square Garden, about to bring you the 15-round main event between champion Joe Louis and the contender for the title, Johnny Paycheck. As yet, both boys have knocked him into the center of the ring, but we expect them at any moment. Hey, Cookie, cool that knockout program. All right, Jim, I'll see you within a few minutes. All right, there's Charlie Bello. Let's pick up his announcement. The main contestants of the evening. 15 rounds of boxing for the heavyweight championship of the world. From Des Moines, Iowa, weighing 187 and a quarter pounds, wearing black trunks, Johnny Paycheck. Stand up, Paycheck. Take a bow. Up. He gets a nice hand from the crowd. The opponent, considered the greatest heavyweight of all times, weighing 202 and a quarter pounds, wearing purple tights, Joe Louis. Stand up, Louis. Take a bow. Louis gets a nice hand from the crowd. And here's the bell for round one. And your announcer, Clem McCarthy. Come in, Clem. And thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Louis comes out and stalks him with the left hand. It's that same old Joe Louis that we've seen at the Garden time and time again. And he tries with a left hook to the body. But Basic danced away from the blow. He didn't like the blow at all. And there Louis caught him with a left hook to the jaw. Basic once more danced away from the blow. Hello, Sam. And there Basic tried with the right to the body. And there Louis got him with the left hook. And Basic goes down. The count is 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Arthur Donovan has stopped the bout in the first round. And it's Louis by a knockout in the first round. Stick around. We're going to try and get a few words for you from champion Joe Louis. Pardon the CBS coming through there. Pardon us. Hey, Joe, turn around. Never mind. Will you now get out of here, buddy? Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Joe, that's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Joe Louis. Joe, stand back, will you, Joe? Here's Joe. Tell us a little bit about the fight tonight. I mean, as long as it lasted. Joe Louis, did he hurt you in that first round tonight at all? Joe Louis. That's all right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tough fight, and I know if I fight, maybe I'll still keep the championship. Thank you very much. Well, men, the hands on the studio clock are waving good night. And according to the old adage, time waits for no man. But 130 million of us back here are waiting for the day when you put the clincher on that job you're doing and hurry home. And when it's all over, you can bet your bottom dollar that the world will be hailing the man with the whiskers, not hailing that guy with a mustache. Good night, fellas.
Don't forget, men, keep sending those letters to Command Performance in care of the station to which you are listening. Tell us what you want, and we'll deliver the goods. And by the way, if you happen to hear that a lot of us back home have stopped driving our cars to save rubber, it's true. The rubber we save is the rubber you're going to use to rub out the axis.
GI Jive. Hi, fellas. Let's get on the beam for the record machine, which translated means let's get on the ball in Jukebox Hall, which translated means this is G.I. Jill with GI Jive. The records are stacked the way you like 'em, with Harry James, the Benny Goodman Sextet, Martha Tilton, and Charlie Barnett's bill for spinning. And the lead off goes to Harry James and the Trumpet Blues. And while the turntable is still hot, we'll get the Benny Goodman Sextet on. Seems there are quite a few Goodman fans at APO 920, so Corky Cornelius asked that I dedicate this one to Private Allen, Corporal Nicole, Hoover, and Dave at 920. Now, here's the Benny Goodman Sextet. I'm not just sure who all sat in the day this was made because Benny used different musicians for various arrangements. Lionel Hampton plays the vibes, I know that. Cootie Williams might be on the trumpet, and Count Basie or Teddy Wilson at the piano. Well, anywho, here's Poor Butterfly. And that was Poor Butterfly by the famous Benny Goodman Sextet. We've got more of those sextet numbers if you want them, fellas. Just let me know in care of GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Well, let's see. Martha Tilton's been doing quite a bit of recording lately, and one of her newest is Next in the Jukebox. I just played this over for the first time today, and it seems to me that Martha sounds different. I don't know. See what you think. Dedicated to Sergeant Roger Farmer and the men at APO 456, it's I Should Care.
I should go around weeping. I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, but for a dream or two. But then I count my sheep well. Funny how sheep can lull you to sleep. Oh, I should care. I should let it upset me. I should just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you, but I should care, and I do. I won't find someone as lovely as you, but I should care, and I do.
And for the closer on today's session, we're going to spin one of the greatest records ever made. One of those real swing classics that we'll probably be spinning from now on. Dedicated this time to Frank and his gang aboard a certain fighting ship, Corporal Fred Lindquist, and everyone at APO 713. Stand by for Charlie Barnett's Cherokee. And that just about stops the jukebox for now, fellas. Thanks a lot for receiving. We'll be sending again about this same time tomorrow. So until then, this is your GI gal Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At Ease. At Ease as the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to baby do. You've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I'm hoping no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to to baby do. Stop me from guessing, 'tain't no time to tease. Oh, stop all this messing and put your bragging baby at ease. I wanna love, love, love you just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you try to understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby do. Stop me from guessing, 'tain't no time to tease. Oh, stop all this messing and put your bragging baby at ease. I wanna love, love, love you just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you try to understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby do. Come to baby do. The train to come in, waiting for my man to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day, been so melancholy since he went away. I've shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting at the depot by the railroad track, waiting for the choo-choo train that brings him back. I'm waiting for my life to begin, waiting for the train to come in. The train to come in, I'm waiting for my man to come home. Why, I've counted every minute of each livelong day, been so melancholy since he went away. I've shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting at the depot by the railroad track, waiting for the choo-choo train that brings him back. I'm waiting for my life to begin. I'm waiting for the train to come in. Waiting, just waiting. I'm waiting for the train to come in.
You've been at ease for the past quarter hour and listening to songs by Helen Greco, piano variations by Eddie Duchin, with the orchestra under the direction of Paul Laval. Songs were Jealousy, Come to Baby Do, That's for Me, It Might As Well Be Spring, Waiting for the Train to Come In, and I've Got Plenty of Nothing. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.